Minnesota, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Colorado, Indiana, and Arizona. Welcome all of you. So we're trying to figure out how to provide you with the most important information, the most helpful information, and the things that you need to be able to do your job. So I have 4 quick announcements. One is that we're teaming up with Lewis and Clark Law School to do an online newsletter and a law review, to do a deep dive into some of the issues that we're going to talk about today, and then also provide you with newsflash or other important information that you need to talk about. Our working title right now is in the Environmental Amicus, because that is a friendly, neutral third party, and that's what we'd like to provide. And so we have 3 upcoming hybrid conferences that I also want to put on your radar. And the first one is sediment remediation, where we're going to talk about some of the issues that were going to be explored at the Battelle Conference in Nashville that was just canceled. So we'll be sure and make sure that you all get information on that. The second conference is on climate change and air quality. And last year, we did a climate change and air quality conference only online with a complex platform, and we're going to try to build on that and have some timely information, great speakers, and interaction on climate change and air quality, and that's going to be May 4th. And then we're also going to be collaborating, or we're exploring collaboration with OHSU to do a Toxics conference. We want to look at environmental health and some of the issues that will be talked about today, including PFAS and others, and so we're going to be doing that in the fall. So for today, what we've done is assembled some extremely knowledgeable speakers, the involved professionals, to talk about the most important and pressing issues right now. The first panel is of legal experts, and do you want to come on up now? Eric and Patty and Richard and Chris, and take your seats. So for this conference, we had a no PowerPoint rule, which was really more challenging than some people thought, that we wanted to explore interpersonal interaction and information. And so we've asked the speakers to introduce ideas, and we'll have a greater discussion about that. There is one thing before we launch into this that I wanted to mention, and some of you may have noticed some of the art around the room, and it is part of the Voices of the Portland Harbor and the Braided River campaign, and they have brought some really amazing art and stories. And so I wanted to do a quick introduction to it, that these portraits represent some of the people who lived, worked, and died along the shores of the Lower Willamette. And to learn about this, you can go to the Braided River Campaign, pdx.org. And the Braided River Campaign is presenting a vision of a green working waterfront in the Lower Willamette. It is committed to healing, repair, and restoration within the context of clean jobs, worker services, access to the river, and a natural environment that exists in harmony with the watershed. So during the breaks, take some time and read up on that a little bit. So we've got the 4 panelists right here, legal panelists, and then we've got Dean. Hi, Dean. Yeah, so you know, the hybrid, we're going to have some of the speakers are going to be beamed in. So we're going to hear first from Eric Christensen. Eric is a partner at Beveridge and Diamond in Seattle and has more than 30 years of complex litigation and legal systems, federal legislation opportunities. Eric is a great expert, and we appreciate you being here today, Eric. I take it.
My Danish flag mask off, despite being a proud Dane. So thanks for inviting me down here. I think everyone assumes that since I work at Beveridge and Diamond, I must know all about Portland Harbor. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm behind an ethical wall, so I know nothing about Portland Harbor other than it's in Portland and may or may not be a harbor. My primary expertise is in the energy industry, although I started my legal practice way back in the day when circular was still a new thing, and try as I might, I've never been able to escape circular practice, so I do know quite a bit about it, although frankly, almost everybody in the Seattle office of our firm knows more about it than me, other than maybe the associate that started last week. So I guess I start with a bit of an apology, but I do know a lot about the infrastructure packages that went through Congress or are going through Congress. I've been following those very closely for one of our clients. Excuse me, and those contain a number of provisions that are directly related to CERCLA or what I call CERCLA adjacent. That is not actually CERCLA, but having to do with kind of that general area of environmental cleanup. In addition, there's provisions in the Build Back Better bill, which may or may not be passed, but important to know about those as well. So let me start with a little background on the legislative situation. If you've been following this at all, you probably know that this is quite a fraught political situation because of the 50-50 divided Senate and the closely divided House. There's a very difficult process to get these through. So the Biden administration came in with a quite aggressive package of infrastructure, climate change, environmental justice, and so on. These were embodied in two different bills, which they sort of split apart one big program into two. The first one is called the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, more popularly known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Package. It passed the Senate, it passed Congress in November and was signed by President Biden in late November. It had significant bipartisan support in the Senate. Just a few Republicans crossed over in the House, but that was enough to get it through despite some opposition from a few diehards in the progressive caucus of the Democrats who were opposed to splitting the package apart. And there's a lot of insider baseball politics I won't bore you with there. But the short of it is that kind of the bottom line is that the package will spend about $1.7 trillion over 8 years, including about $550 billion in new spending. It weighs in at a svelte 2,700 pages, so there's a huge amount of subject matter that it covers. Everything from Amtrak smoking policy to significant new funding for public transportation, investments in kind of typical infrastructure, highways and bridges, but also sort of new wave infrastructure like electric vehicle charging stations. There's a very significant investment in wastewater and drinking water infrastructure. And so, all in all, a major legislative accomplishment for the administration. The Build Back Better bill is the second half of that. The idea is that since this part of the Biden administration has no support among the Republican Party, it has to be passed through a process called reconciliation, which is sort of a once-a-year process that the very obscure Senate filibuster rules allow. And the basic idea is that a fiscal package has to go through every year, so there's an exception to the 60-vote requirement. But you have to fit everything in this sort of rubric of whether or not it's fiscal, and also you only get one shot. So that is currently pending in the Senate. You've probably read that Senator Manchin came out at the end of December in opposition. It looks like at least some provisions of it will pass despite him announcing opposition, and I'll talk about that a little more later. So returning to the infrastructure bill that actually passed, here's sort of a quick flyover of all the Superfund and hazardous waste related provisions. And each of these has, there's a lot of complicated legislative language associated with all those, which I won't bore you with. So this is just sort of a quick overview of these provisions. First of all, directly related to the Superfund, the bill revives the Superfund tax that expired back in 1995. This is a tax on about 40 different chemicals, and it's estimated that it'll make about $3.5 billion in funding available for remediation and brownfields redevelopment under CERCLA. And in fact, in December, EPA announced that the first $1 billion would be used to address a backlog of 49 national priority list projects that have never been funded before, and as well as to provide additional funding for other projects that have not had adequate funding since the Superfund expired back when. In addition, there's language in the bill that requires the funding to focus on low income and communities of color. And this is a manifestation of the Biden administration's emphasis on environmental justice. Excuse me, there's also a major increase in brownfields funding, $1.5 billion over 5 years. And so those of us who've been involved in brownfields are very welcome funding after drought in funding that's gone on for, what, 20 years or so. It's been so long I forgot. In the sort of Superfund adjacent parts of the legislation, first there's $100 million in funding for EPA's pollution prevention program and environmental justice initiatives. There's a program with a total of $4.9 billion in funding that's aimed at remediation of orphaned oil and gas wells, including plugging the wells and remediation of well sites. It's kind of split up into 3 sub-programs, one aimed at federal lands, one provides for grants to states, and one provides for grants to tribes. And there's hundreds of thousands of abandoned oil and gas wells out there that have never been properly remediated. This is important because, among other things, it'll address methane emissions, which are, of course, an important greenhouse gas. There's another $11.3 billion in abandoned coal mine reclamation, and the grants, it's designed to be funneled through the states and tribes through a grant program that's based on the amount of coal produced historically. You can probably hear Senator Manchin's influence there, given the importance of coal in West Virginia. Additionally, there's a program funded at $3 billion for reclamation of abandoned hard rock mines. Again, it's a grant program. 50% of the funding goes to states. 50% is aimed at abandoned mines on federal lands. And it's specifically designed so that the funding is available for cleanups that haven't already been covered by CERCLA settlements and that kind of thing. There's additionally a program to encourage waste management and recycling, including $275 million in grants to states to improve their waste management programs, and another $25 million to develop best practices for battery recycling. As I mentioned, there's very significant investments in wastewater infrastructure, and including, I forgot the exact number, but several $1 billion that are aimed at remediation of lead pipes and drinking water systems. A few other goodies that are more or less Superfund adjacent. One is a $250 million fund to remediate roads and trails on U.S. Forest Service land. So this isn't remediation of contamination that those of us at this conference probably think about, but more like remediation of roads that have broken down and are causing erosion and that kind of thing. There's also provision for a study of revegetation on reclaimed mine sites. So that's a quick overview of what's in the bipartisan infrastructure plan. Now what's in the Build Back Better plan. And I should emphasize I have no idea whether any of this will pass. With Senator Manchin's announced opposition, the Democrats have kind of gone into hiding on what's going to happen with this now. Hearing all sorts of rumors, everything from they'll pass the slimmed down version of this, they'll split it up and try to pass it in separate bills. There's very little talk about the specifics that I'm going to mention here. So this is, I guess, consider this potential and important legislation that might pass, but at this point, there's definitely no guarantees. So there's about 5 important things to note in the bill for those of us who work in Superfund and related areas. First of all, there's Superfund tax that would impose 16.4 cents a gallon tax on crude oil and oil imports. So that would produce a significant increase in Superfund funding, even over what's in the bipartisan bill that already passed. There's a $190 million program for grants to support waste reduction and treatment infrastructure in low-income communities. $3 billion in block grants to address environmental and climate change issues in environmental justice communities. $10 million to assess recycling in low-income communities. An additional $9 billion for remediation of lead pipes in drinking water systems, and $5 billion to remediate lead paint in housing. And of course, there's also very significant provisions on climate change and renewable energy in that bill, as well as child tax credit and a number of other social programs, which seems to have been the big holdup for Senator Manchin. So that's a quick overview of what's in those bills. I think important for folks to know about the practice in this area. So thank you very much.
So Eric, before you turn off your microphone, that's a lot of money. Those are big numbers. When do you see that money starting to flow?
So as I mentioned, the money and the Superfund money from the bipartisan bill is already starting to flow. EPA has already started to develop a plan for how the money is going to be spent. As I mentioned, they've identified 49 NPL sites that have yet to be funded, and a number of other sites that need additional funding to get them to full remediation. I think the money will continue to come in, and I'm sure that EPA will continue to develop plans for distributing the money to address these sites, and Superfund is aimed at the NPL sites. So some of the other programs, so that's a complicated question, and it probably goes program by program. Some of the programs, or some of the programs that are addressed in the bipartisan plan fund or revive programs that already existed in the federal government. And so the administrative groundwork has already been done for those programs. It should be relatively easy to get those back up and running. Some of the other programs, they're going to have to build the administrative structure from scratch, and so that may take a while. And again, it's depends on which program you're looking at. In terms of these programs in the Build Back Better pass, other than the Superfund tax, all of them are essentially new programs that are going to have to be built from the ground up. And so, I would think it would take at least 6 months to a year to get to go through the administrative process, develop the rules, and so on for how the grants are going to be handed out or whatever.
Thank you. Well, that is a great lead-in to hearing from EPA. Dean, you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let me give you a quick introduction. So Dean is the Land Law Branch Chief at Region 10, Office of Regional Counsel, where he's worked for 31 years, started as Assistant Regional Counsel in 1990. And he's going to talk to us about EPA hot topics. And, I think Eric did a great job of introducing some of the new programs that you're going to have to administer. So,
yeah.
Excited to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but it's a combination of EPA not approving remote or travel unless it's absolutely essential. And unfortunately, I was tested positive for COVID last week. I'm doing much better, but it's probably a good thing I'm not there in person. As Holly mentioned, I'm the Land Law Branch Chief in Region 10 ORC, and I currently supervise 10 attorneys that work on Superfund and corrective action issues in Region 10. I just wanted to let people know that I'm here today speaking on my own behalf I am not authorized to speak for EPA, nor are any statements I make to be taken as EPA's official position on any issue. As Holly mentioned, there's lots of new issues and topics that the new administration is emphasizing and wants more emphasis on nationwide. A couple issues that I'd like to touch on today are EPA's environmental justice efforts, EPA's approach to PFAS contamination, and I was going to talk a little bit about the bipartisan infrastructure law, but Eric did a really good job of discussing it, so I probably won't talk about it that much. And then finally, I just wanted to close with a little couple of statements about the good work that's being done for remedial design at the Portland Harbor Superfund site. Environmental justice is it's a big push at EPA. Every single program office at headquarters and all the region offices are being pushed very strongly to incorporate environmental justice even more than we did in the past in our day-to-day work in the communities and with our partners. As you know, President Biden issued a couple of executive orders on environmental justice. One of the ones more applicable to the Superfund front is Executive Order 14008, issued on January 27th, 2021. The purpose of the executive order is to direct measures to combat the climate crisis and ensure that environmental and economic justice are considered in the way that we implement our programs. In response to this, EPA has been drafting multiple environmental justice implementation or action plans for each office, whether it's OECA, OLM, Office of Air, Office of Water. Each office has their own plan. In addition, each region is also developing plans that will coincide with the national program plans. They're still under development for the most part. Some have been completed, others are still in development and in draft. They will govern how we incorporate environmental justice in our daily work. You know, a lot of the things, as Eric was referencing regarding budget, a lot of the things that we would like to do with environmental justice will depend on the funding that we get. The bipartisan infrastructure law does give us funding for some things. The newly reinstated Superfund excise tax on chemicals will give us some funding. However, until we get a fiscal 22 budget, we don't know exactly how much money we will have in the next fiscal year to implement our programs, including environmental justice. So it remains to be seen how that will work. Section 222 of that executive order directs EPA to strengthen enforcement of environmental violations with disproportionate impact on underserved communities. And as part of that, EPA's Office of Environmental Compliance and Assurance, or OECA, issued a memo in July of 2021 that commits that the agency will take certain actions to advance environmental justice under CERCLA and RCRA enforcement. The executive order also discusses the Justice 40 initiative, the goal of which is that 40% of federal overall benefits will flow to these disadvantaged communities. And then finally, an environmental justice scorecard will be published on an annual basis. As part of OECA's efforts regarding environmental justice, on July 1st of last year, the acting assistant administrator for OECA, Larry Starfield, issued a memo entitled Strengthening Environmental Justice Through Cleanup Enforcement Actions. That memo is available to the public on OECA's webpage. Under that memo, Administrator Starfield had 5 action items. One was requiring responsible parties to undertake early cleanup actions. And the memo encourages regions to use CERCLA 106 authorities and RCRA 7003 authorities in conjunction with other programs to try to proactively address potential releases where we suspect there may be some. That also allows us to prioritize early action or enforcement efforts at sites and operable units within sites that most impact these overburdened communities. The other aspect is ensure prompt cleanups to expedite and, if necessary, bifurcate RD and RA to achieve the goal. It also calls on the regional Office of Regional Councils to get more involved when there is non-compliance by responsible parties regarding deadlines or compliance issues under orders and consent decrees. The memo also suggests that we could use unilateral orders to compel responsible parties to perform response actions when negotiations fail or don't result in a timely settlement. The memo also talks about issuing more robust enforcement instruments, instruments that would be enhanced to address the issues that may affect the cleanup process and may adversely affect an already impacted community. An example of that is there is a new model RDRA consent decree and statement of work. And under that, EPA and DOJ are trying to reduce and manage impacts that arise from remedy implementation, such as air emissions, traffic, noise, odor, temporary or permanent relocation in residential areas, schools, playgrounds, near healthcare facilities, or other public areas during remedy implementation. The new statement of work also talks about conducting monitoring in community areas for impacts from remedy implementation and to expeditiously communicate validated remedy implementation monitoring data to the public. It also calls for making adjustments during remedy implementation in order to further reduce and manage impacts from remedy implementation in these areas. Another major portion of that OECA memo is increasing oversight of existing enforcement documents. This will involve regions conducting compliance reviews at sites in communities with EJ issues to ensure that requirements are being met in consent decrees, federal facility agreements, and other enforcement documents. The final thing is building trust and capacity through community engagement. In order to achieve this, EPA must engage the community in a proactive and transparent manner throughout the cleanup and enforcement process. Later on today on another panel, Laura Knutson, who's one of our community involvement coordinators for Portland Harbor, will talk a little bit more about environmental justice efforts and community engagement at Portland Harbor in more detail. Our Superfund program headquarters office, the Office of Land and Emergency Management, on January 5th of this year, just issued a draft EJ action plan. And as part of that, OLEM will reach out to states, tribes, regulated community, and the public for input on that draft EJ action plan before finalizing it. So be looking for that in the next couple of weeks or months. In general, OLEM's draft plan will require PRPs to take early cleanup actions in these overburdened communities that have high levels of exposure to hazardous substances or hazardous waste. It also has draft recommendations that are somewhat similar to the OECA plan, such as issuance of UAOs where necessary, taking early actions, prioritizing sites in these overburdened polluted areas, expediting RDRA negotiations, expedited enforcement of orders, and resolving federal facility disputes quickly. There's a lot more involving environmental justice that EPA's headquarters web pages on EJ go into greater detail, and I encourage everyone to visit that website for more detail. I wanted to shift to PFAS for a little bit. As you can imagine, and as you know, there's lots of action occurring both at the state and local level and the federal level on PFAS, much more at the state and local level, as well as some congressional action. For example, Congress in the 2022 National Defense Authorization Act directed DoD as part of the funding for this fiscal year to test for PFAS compounds at current and former DoD facilities as a CERCLA pollutant or contaminant. since PFAS are not yet regulated as CERCLA hazardous substances or RCRA hazardous waste. Regarding PFAS regulation, OLEM is probably very soon, if it hasn't already, proposed to designate PFAS as CERCLA hazardous substances, to require reporting of them and enhance the availability of data and ensure agencies can recover cleanup costs. I think the proposed rule is supposed to come out very soon. Another proposed advanced notice of proposed rulemaking for various PFAS under CERCLA to seek public input on whether to seek CERCLA designation of other PFAS substances besides PFOA and PFAS. And that should come out this spring as well. OLEM, I think, is also going to issue updated guidance on destroying and disposal of PFAS to reflect public comments on the interim guidance and to reflect newly published research results on destruction and disposal of PFAS. I think that's not expected to happen until the fall of 2023, but we'll see. Overall, EPA and other governmental agencies are being encouraged to approach the PFAS problem as a whole of government issue. And as some of you probably know, there is a PFAS strategic roadmap that's on EPA's PFAS website, and I encourage all of you to read it. There's a lot of material there that I really don't have time to get into, and I'm not an expert on it. I will send the webpage link to Holly for distribution in case you need it. Besides OLEM's efforts, the Office of Water is also proposing some rulemaking along with our Office of Air and other offices at headquarters. Office of Water is going to propose a nationwide monitoring rule for PFAS in drinking water. I think it did come out already. Water is also expected to publish a national drinking water draft regulation for PFOA and PFOS. And it will also publish a final toxicity assessment for Gen X and 5 additional PFAS compounds to better understand their human health and environmental effects. I think that may have come out this fall, and it's an ongoing effort. As I said, there's a lot of effort going on, and there's more information on EPA's national website on that issue. A little bit about the bipartisan infrastructure law. Eric did a very good job of summarizing a lot of the details. One of the things I wanted to emphasize is that the funds, EPA is being directed to direct those funds to shovel-ready fund lead cleanups that have been waiting a long time for funding. The only such site in Region 10 that has been designated, at least initially, to receive funding is the Formosa mine site in Oregon. We don't have the funds yet, but we anticipate getting them fairly soon, and we look forward to getting the cleanup going at that site. Like I said, we hope, whether the Build Back Better law or portions of it get passed remain to be seen. We will eventually, hopefully, get a fiscal 22 appropriations law passed, which is anticipated to contain some increased funding as well, even if Build Back Better does not get passed in whole or in part. Hopefully that will increase the funding we have available for RIFS and RDRA work at fund lead sites and other sites. Finally, I just wanted to quickly talk about Portland Harbor. The region is very happy with the RD work progress by the responsible parties under the orders EPA issued for the site. Hunter Young, who's one of the remedial project managers for the site, will be speaking at a panel later today in more detail about the ongoing work at Portland Harbor. EPA is doing some pre-RD sampling work at the Cathedral Park area and some other areas that are not covered by existing work agreements. However, EPA is looking for creative ideas to get responsible parties to agree to pick up some of that remaining work. And we will be reaching out and hopefully engaging with responsible parties to see if we can get that a full RD under order and underway at those sites. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dean. Hey, I just wanted to ask you one quick question. How would you define environmental justice? What are the words that you would use to define environmental justice as an EPA representative or just as Dean?
You know, as Dean, I would say environmental justice is looking at sites where there are disadvantaged communities that have a high proportion of either facilities located where these facilities produce contamination, or facilities or areas where historical contamination exists, and going back and looking at those communities and seeing what we can do to address the problems. I think EPA's definition would be of EJ would be the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. So that's the official definition. And, you know, my approach or my thoughts on it personally are, you know, we've always tried to do the best we could to address pollution issues at current and former facilities where they're located. And the new administration is asking us to redouble our efforts in that regard.
It's exciting to see EPA prioritize that. So thank you so much, Dean. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to turn our attention to the state, and we are super fortunate today to have the director of the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality with us. Richard Whitman has been the director of DEQ for 5 years. And prior to that, he was 11 years as the governor's natural resource advisor, and then 3 years before that as the director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and then 11 years as the attorney in charge of the natural resource section of Oregon Department of Justice. That's a lot of public interest work there, so thank you so much, and thank you for being here.
Thanks, Holly. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's great to see the folks that are here in person. Appreciate you being here, and it's good to see people again, see this starting. And thank you for doing everything you did to set this up in a way that keeps us all safe also, so appreciate that. Dean and Eric did a great job talking about things that are going on at the federal level. I am gonna touch on a couple of things at the federal level because I think they're an important kind of gloss for what's going on here in Oregon, and they certainly are affecting how we're approaching our work here. But I have to, you know, I've got enough gray hair that I can start out telling a little bit of history and story here also. I'm not going to go into detail about Portland Harbor because we've got experts here who can talk about the harbor. But just of note, you know, I started out working for the state in 1997, and I worked really closely with somebody named Kurt Burkholder, who some of you will recognize that name. And he and I worked very closely with the then Kitzhaber administration to try to avoid a federal listing of Portland Harbor as an NPL site, and then led to the work with the EPA to have the state and federal government, EPA, work together as co-partners on Portland Harbor. So here we are now, 24 years later, and it is really exciting to see the progress that is occurring in the harbor. As Dean said, we're very pleased to see the work that RPs are doing under agreements with EPA and stepping up and getting remedial design done and getting us positioned to get that in-water work going. I know Dennis McLaren, former EPA Region 10 administrator, is here also. Hey, Dennis. You know, he and I, back at the time that the record of decision was being prepared for Portland Harbor, really, that was another exciting inflection point in the work in the harbor and really set the plan for the cleanup. And here we are 4 or 5 years later, And now we can see, we can almost taste that in-water work starting to happen. So a lot of appreciation to everybody involved in Portland Harbor work, all the RPs, their consultants. EPA has devoted substantial additional resources to Portland Harbor, and that is very much appreciated by the state of Oregon, and appreciate the partnership and working together. The one additional thing I want to say about the harbor now is looking forward even a little further into the future. How do we get to a point with the upland property owners where they and their lenders are in a position that they can start to finance redevelopment, and we can start to have those conversations with property owners, City of Portland, the neighborhoods that have been impacted by the history of Portland Harbor, about what is that long-term vision and future for the lower Willamette River. And that's very exciting. Again, feel that getting very close, and we look forward to those conversations happening sooner rather than later. So with that, a little bit about the harbor. I do want to talk also a bit about environmental justice before I dig into cleanup brownfields in Superfund in Oregon. As with many states, Oregon has been doing work in the environmental justice arena also since 2007, when Governor Kulongoski introduced legislation to set up the Oregon Environmental Justice Task Force. Governor Brown, current Governor Brown, is introducing legislation in this short state legislative session around environmental justice to further support environmental justice across state agencies, and very importantly, working with community organizations and community interests. So we are very focused on environmental justice right now. We are talking with our counterparts at EPA, watching what EPA is working on in the environmental justice arena, and we are expecting guidance from EPA later this year on environmental justice that I think is going to be an important game changer for EPA and for states and for community interest involved in everything that EPA and their state partners do. And I think that guidance has the potential to really push us all in government to change how we approach environmental issues, to be much more inclusive of community interest and to engage communities fully both as we develop policy and as we implement policy and as we make funding decisions, as we do all the work that we do. So that's very exciting to see that energy in the environmental justice space. I think you will see it hit here in the cleanup and Superfund CERCLA space as well. So with that, let me talk a little bit about Oregon. And Eric talked about the bipartisan infrastructure legislation that has passed that is really a generational opportunity for us all in terms of government investment in infrastructure, including cleanup. So what does that mean for Oregon? It was also already mentioned that one of the 49 sites funded in the first $1.5 billion out of the $14.5 billion that will be funded over 10 years from that piece of legislation is for the Formosa mine site down in Douglas County, outside of Riddle and Myrtle Creek. That abandoned mine site resulted in acid mine drainage that has extirpated salmon from about 15 miles of major tributaries to Cow Creek, and doesn't have any immediate threats to human health, but obviously has had a very direct impact on ecological health. I think because of the lack of immediate human health threat, that made it a lower priority for funding. So now with this generational investment in Superfund, we have an opportunity to clean that up and take care of that issue and help with the impact on fisheries and address tribal resources that have been impacted by that history, that legacy, Cow Creek tribe in particular. So that's very exciting to see that happen. I'm going to briefly mention a couple of other Superfund sites in Oregon that are successes. Northridge Estates. Some of you will remember, I think 15 years ago now, I'm losing track of time, we discovered that a subdivision had been built on a former military installation that, when it was demolished, contained asbestos-containing materials in a pretty serious way. And so we had a whole neighborhood essentially removed from that subdivision while the cleanup occurred. Well, that EPA and the state, working together with other partners, have completed that, and that Superfund project is now completed. A big success story in Oregon. There is one other site that I'm going to mention that is actually not technically yet a Superfund NPL site, but which is proposed to be, and that is Bradford Island on the Columbia River. For those of you who don't know Bradford Island, it is immediately upstream of Bonneville Dam. It is the site of when the Army Corps of Engineers built that dam, that facility. They had a landfill for their construction debris, and including for transformers and all sorts of PCB containing material. Unfortunately, much of that material ended up in the river, and this is the hottest hotspot of PCB contamination in the Pacific Northwest, including Lower Duwamish as well as Portland Harbor. So working together with the Yakima tribe, Yakima Nation, state of Washington, state of Oregon, we have been pushing EPA to list this as an NPL site, and it is now proposed. No final decision has been made. The Corps has been working. There was a cleanup effort around the site, working with the states. It was not successful, and we still have very high levels of PCB contamination. So getting that done, because of the damage that's being done to particularly resident fisheries and the immediate presence of tribal fishers at their usual and accustomed sites right next to the site, it continues to be of significant concern to Oregon and the tribal nations involved. So I want to mention a couple of other things on the state level. Oregon DEQ continues to be the lead on a number of very important state lead sites. One of those with multiple PRPs is in Scappoose Bay. And thanks to the work of Kevin Perret and Paul Seidel and others, Kevin's here today, we've reached an agreement, a settlement with PRPs that are providing significant funding, close to $100 million in funding for that cleanup in Scappoose Bay. This is mainly paper and wood products related industry with a legacy in that particular site. The last thing I want to come back to talk about a little bit is actually the intersection, and that's a word that's used a lot these days, the intersection of environmental justice, land use, and cleanup. And I'm going to talk at a really high level here, so I'm not really talking specifically about Portland Harbor, but this applies to all the work that we do. Is we build our capacity to engage with communities on environmental justice, and we build our tools to understand the burdens, the historical burdens and the current burdens and the potential future burdens that we may place on those communities. We are opening our eyes to that legacy and the potential for what the future could be. That is going to, as we work on cleanup projects and we work on potential redevelopment and reuse of these sites and the future, a new vision for these sites, that is going to implicate land use and our local governments that have the lead responsibility for planning what the future of these areas are. And having that done in an inclusive way that includes the communities that are affected by this. And then it also ties back to our work under federal and state law as we clean up these areas. As we do our human health risk assessments and think about what the current and, more importantly, future use of these areas are, that ties to the land use issue, that ties to the environmental justice issues. And so we need to be talking together, folks who are working in the cleanup and environmental arena, with our local governments, with our state entities that also have a role on land use, and with our communities about the intersection of these things and how we can get to a place that we are all, we understand what decisions are being made, we understand the implications of those, and we've done it in a way that engages all the interest so that we can make smart decisions. So that's exciting work, and work that I think the leadership at EPA is going to push us to here in the coming years, and we look forward to working with EPA and other partners in that effort.
Richard, I have one quick question for you before you mask up again. So I want to go back to your first point, because I remember very clearly, and I'm sure Patty does too, when you and Kurt Burkholder and former Governor Kitzhaber were putting a full court press on to not have the Portland Harbor listed as national priority list. I think that there was a fear that the sky was going to fall or that it was going to be a disaster. Have any of your fears been realized?
One fear has been realized, and that is that it would take a really long time to get through a Superfund cleanup. And so I think that fear has been realized, but at the same time, I have to acknowledge that, you know, now looking back on that 24 years ago, I think the state was naive to think that we could have done that with a state lead, given the number of parties, the complexity of the cleanup, the complexity of the interest. I wish we could do it quicker, but I think if the state had been the lead, we would have had our own problems with the harbor.
Right. So, I know, Patty, you were involved and have been involved for a really long time. So next we're going to hear from Patty Dost, who has practiced environmental law in Portland for more than 30 years and is just one of the most knowledgeable environmental attorneys around. But I took the quote from your website because I love it. In 2009, she and some colleagues formed Pearl Law Group, which is a small batch Portland law firm providing artisanal, locally sourced legal representation in environmental and natural resource matters. So, Patty, you're up.
Know how to turn this
It's on.
It's on. Okay, thank you. It's like the oldest technology is the one that always fails me. Good afternoon. It's so amazing to be with people. It's great to see all your faces here. Holly asked me to talk sort of about Superfund over time, and Richard's just given me the perfect lead-in because my first thought was, takes too long, costs too much money, right? So what I did to think about talking with you today is I went back to some materials that I've collected over time to kind of try to figure out, you know, what are the issues that Superfund law and Superfund lawyers have grappled with over time, and I just wanted to share with you a little bit of what I found. I looked at the legislative history to Senate Bill 122, which became the 1987 Oregon Environmental Cleanup Law eventually, and it was sponsored by DEQ, and Fred Hansen, who was the DEQ director at that time, testified. SB 122 would allow the state to ensure that needed investigations and cleanups at non-NPL sites are promptly initiated and carried out to completion. Osberg supported that bill and testified that, quote, the growing awareness of the vast toxic waste problem has bred much public anguish and precious little remedial action. And Northwest Pulp and Paper Association testified that Incentives for voluntary private cleanups are necessary to avoid the high transaction litigation costs and long delays common to federal Superfund actions. So 1987, already everybody thought it was too long, cost too much money. The 1995 sort of overhaul of Oregon Superfund, AOI supported it, testifying, after nearly 15 years of experience under federal Superfund, industry, environmentalists, and government regulators agree the law does not work well at all. Landowners and former landowners are spending billions of dollars for a few cleanups at federal sites. And Oregon's law is modeled after the federal law, and it also needs improvement. I found a Portland Business Journal article from September 2010 that started out announcing that attorneys are lining up to snag their share of Superfund work along the Portland Harbor. Many of us had snagged our share decades before that. A prominent Portland lawyer, who I will not name here, said, it's kind of a no lawyer left behind program. Pretty much every firm in Portland has environmental capabilities. There's a lot at stake. And then an economist from Rand Corporation is quoted in the articles estimating that transaction costs, including attorney fees, could compromise anywhere from 23% to 31% of Superfund cleanup costs. And then just to be fair and round it out, I looked at my own notes from a presentation I made here at this conference on Inauguration Day in 2018, when I was kind of flailing around to find something to feel positive about. And I noted that since one party controlled all branches of government at that moment, that we could possibly take it as an opportunity to reform Superfund, to expedite cleanups by reducing transaction costs for responsible parties, and promote settlement rather than litigation. So today I'm going to do something radically different and talk to you about a cleanup project that took a reasonable amount of time and all things considered, cost a reasonable amount of money, certainly not as much as it could have cost. So I'm going to park the lawyers and the law over here for a little bit and talk for a moment about something that actually worked. The photo that you're seeing right there is the Portland gas manufacturing plant. Photo was taken probably late 1890s, early 1900s. This plant was operated by Portland Gas and Coke, which you would know today as Northwest Natural Gas. The plant was located at about river mile 12.3, so it's maybe half a mile upstream of the Portland Superfund site boundary. Operated from 1860 to 1913, and then in 1913 they moved the operation down to the Gasco site, which is within the Portland Harbor Superfund site. If you could flip to the next photo, perhaps. In 1928, when the city was building its seawall, the construction of the seawall undermined the riverbank, and the building, the old plant there, basically cracked in half and fell in the river, along with a lot of the riverbank. I'm going to ask you to note right there the arched windows that you can see on the sort of top floor of the main plant area there. And then if you could flip to the next photo for me, please. The photo on the left is a little bit hard to see because the resolution is not great, but that is a photo from a diver took during the RFS at this site, showing that arched window at the bottom of the Willamette River there. This is just to further orient you. You can perhaps see a little bit of the steel bridge in the background there behind it. So in about 2007, the Portland Harbor RFS did some sampling in that area as part of an effort to identify the upstream edge of the Portland Harbor Superfund site, found some MGP-ish manufactured gas plant looking material there, some higher pH concentrations. And Northwest Natural and DEQ agreed to take on that site and began a series of remedial investigations there, source control evaluations. The feasibility at that study at that site was completed in 2015, and DEQ issued a record of decision in 2017. The record of decision included areas of dredging, capping, enhanced natural recovery, and then some monitored natural recovery areas as well. Sorry. We had originally wanted to construct this project in 2019. We had our RD work mostly done by 2019. At the very end, we ran into a few delays because of, some details, some permitting. One thing that's important to remember is that you can only work in the river from July 1 through October 31, and we really needed that entire work window to get this project done. Just were not able to get it together before in time to start in July of 2019. We knew then that we had some pretty significant challenges at this site to do the cleanup. That in-water work window is a fairly limited amount of time to do a reasonable sized dredge and cap project. This was in the before times, right? So we were concerned about all the activity in that area in the summer. This is right off Waterfront Park. There's a blues festival and many other things that go on there during the summer. A lot of recreational boating, and we need to figure out how to do the work safely and be able to keep people out of an exclusion zone so that nobody coming to look at a very interesting project ended up getting hurt. We also, it's a very sensitive environment there. There are listed fish that swim through there. Wanted to, take a lot of extra care to make certain that implementation of the remedy itself did not create additional risk. And so, we spent a lot of time thinking through all these issues with DEQ. Northwest Natural takes a design-build approach to its projects, and that really has facilitated our ability to have the construction remediation contractor working in a very integrated fashion with the engineers to design these projects so that at every step we're double checking that the things that make sense from an engineering or environmental perspective are also actually implementable and doable. One of the things that we really were concerned about at the site was making certain that we did not create water quality problems through the work that was being done. And so one of the things that you can see in this photo that was designed was a mobile moon pool containment facility or system so that the dredge is always operating within a well-contained area that can just move along with the dredge. I think this was the first time that had been done in this area, and it really, is a really great, innovative way to manage water quality while doing this removal action. And it really was through extremely close and positive collaboration with DEQ that we were, and the other resource agencies, that we were able to do the work as relatively quickly as we could to get this project ready to go by early 2020. So we were actually like really ready to go in early 2020. We had all of our permits coming together. We had all of our supplies ordered. And you probably know where this story is going to go next. COVID, right? So we had to stop, slow down just for a moment before we got started and retool all of our health and safety plans, make sure that we had, very safe work procedures. This presented a bunch of additional issues relative to, in particular, agency oversight of the work, because we didn't have room on the boats for the DEQ people to go out and look at it. So we had to really come up with a lot of innovative ways to be in very close communication with our DEQ project managers and their project teams. And that involved a lot of the stuff that we're now doing all the time, Zoom meetings, lots of photographs going back and forth. We had special sort of observation booths that we built. And so we were able actually to get started on dredging and debris removal in July 6th of 2020, so right on time. We also had known going into this that we were likely to find some historical artifacts. You saw some of the debris from that building coming out in the previous photo, but there was so much debris down there that we didn't fully know what all was under there. And we did find some interesting sort of archaeological type items, some old wagon wheels, some other pretty significant artifacts. There's also just a ton of modern trash down there. The most interesting thing that I thought that we found was a cracked safe, like somebody stole a safe, cracked it, and threw it in the river. There were just a gazillion bikes and scooters down there that we pulled out also. But what happened on July 23 was that the dredge pulled up some unexploded munitions from World War II, which apparently the seawall was used as an auxiliary shipyard during World War II, and people, I guess, pitched a bunch of stuff they didn't want over the side of the boats when they were fixing them. We had to immediately stop. Obviously, it's a huge safety zone, and figure out how to have a much larger exclusion zone. We ended up having to close a large section of Waterfront Park. This is where COVID kind of worked in our favor because the Blues Festival was canceled. Everything was canceled. The one thing that was not canceled was that there was, obviously a large nightly social justice demonstrations downtown. So we did actually have a lot of people down there that we were worried about making certain were safe, and there were moments when that was kind of a tense situation down there. But due to just extraordinary efforts and really the integration of our design build team and just amazing, amazing collaboration from DEQ, we only lost, I think, 19 days of work to this, the discovery of these munitions, including having to totally relocate all of our sediment dewatering and processing operations to more rural locations so we could sort through the material that we came up with. And when this happened, we were just like, oh my God, this is going to take years. We're not, this is going to set us back such a long time. 19 days when we were back at work, which is fantastic. And then, of course, shortly after that, what else happened? If you could flip to the next photo for me, please. Everything caught on fire in the state, and the air quality was extremely hazardous, and we couldn't work, and so we got shut down because of that for another couple of weeks almost. Regardless, because we had such good agency coordination and were able to, move quickly. We ended up completing this project on October 14th, so we made it within the in-water work window. The project was successful and met all of its design objectives. And we actually just completed our year one follow-up monitoring, and the cap is intact. The remedy is performing as it was designed, and I should note with respect to the moon pool that we had 0 water quality issues during dredging, which was kind of amazing. So it was an extraordinarily successful project. Really want to give a shout out to Sarah Greenfield and Dan Halfley at DEQ in particular for being just amazing and going way beyond the call of duty to help us get this done on time. So what was great about this was just this integrative approach that the agency and their partners and Northwest Natural, and who's like the best client ever, and their team took to just make this work. So that's got us thinking, can we replicate this downstream maybe, and have better integration, better communication. And I will say that from our perspective, I would agree with what Dina said, what Richard just said. The RD work is going very well, we think, down there. We're very pleased with how that is moving along. This is now I'm going to come back to the lawyers and the law. The thing that we have found, one of the things that we have found is that having the project teams figure out what works best at a project site and then go tell their lawyers how to get that done is a very much more efficient way of moving this project forward than having the lawyers sort of be lawyers and be in an adversarial mode as lawyers tend to get. So one of the thoughts I would like to leave with you today is, can we figure out how lawyers on both the PRP side and the government side in doing these projects can follow the lead of our clients here and really be creative and committed to problem solving as opposed to just constantly fighting one another. And I know that's kind of a weird thing to hear from a lawyer, but I think on the responsible party side, this might mean that we just need to acknowledge that we're likely not going to get perfect finality at some of these sites, and that we need to be really proactively and creatively thinking as lawyers about different and new solutions to manage legal risk over time. And on the government side, I think that it could mean rethinking longstanding policies and model documents that might have been created for entirely different problems than we're seeing at some of these sediment sites, and really following the lead of their client in coming up with different ways to get these sites done quickly. I will say in that regard that the Portland gas manufacturing site is a pretty discrete site. One of the reasons that we were able to move so quickly is that we were not tied in a joint and several situation with many, many other parties that we had to get agreement with before we could decide to move forward with something. We were able to sit down and hammer out something in a meeting with DEQ and put it into practice the next day. And that is obviously going to be a challenge at a site where you have 100 responsible parties, but there are definitely ways to do that, and the lawyer should be thinking about how to make that happen. The other issue that I think lawyers can help and work on is how really to address the dual role of government as both regulator and PRP at some of these sites, and do so without many years of litigation. I think, the unexploded ordinance that we found upstream at PGM is probably not the last time we're going to find that in our work in the lower Willamette. And we need to figure out how to work with governmental partners in a less adversarial way to address the situations. I will say that we have watched the state and the city of Portland in particular really try to grapple meaningfully with this issue over the last few years. I was excited to hear from Eric about the infrastructure bill and maybe some ways to get that going a little bit more on the federal level. And I'll just throw out one question I had for Eric. If you have a moment and can talk a little bit about how the some language in the Defense Act bill related to federal or former federal defense facilities reporting might be useful in getting that to happen.
Yeah, so Eric, let's put a pin in that for just a minute.
Yeah.
And we'll get back to it. And
Anyway, thank you for listening to my little story of something that.
well, thank you for sharing an uplifting story. It's not common for us to hear a success story and a good working together with all of the people. So thank you so much for talking about that. All right, so for our final legal expert, we're going to hear from Chris Rich, who is the Portland office managing partner at Perkins Coie. And Chris is one of the leading legal voices on environmental contamination and cleanup and helps clients navigate complex environmental regulations. And I wanted to offer one other thing. Not sure how much street cred this is going to give you, but Chris and I were in the enforcement section of the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality 29 years ago. And I remember Chris stood out so much because he was always trying to make it a little bit better. Always trying to kind of make it a little smoother, a little rule change or something. And I think you also took over as the environmental crimes coordinator. So
We had some fun back then.
we had some fun.
Those were the days, yes. All right, well, thank you all for sticking with us through this. So what my, I mean, we've heard some fantastic discussions today. I'm gonna take a little bit of a different perspective, and I'm gonna talk just a little bit about kind of what is in the toolbox for someone who's looking to actually redevelop contaminated properties. Once you get into the fight, you've got, lawyers are involved, transaction costs are high, uncertainties can be high, and what I always say is the best Superfund case is the one your client is not involved in. So there are some ways in which you can either avoid or manage risk, and there's really kind of four main things that I want to talk about, four big tools in the toolbox. One, on the federal side, is the use of phase ones. Two is, for innocent parties, the PPA process in the state of Oregon. Three, I want to talk about contract terms. And four, I want to talk about insurance. So, okay, so we all talk about phase one environmental site assessments. Many people in this room have read hundreds of them. Some actually prepare them, but just a little bit of sort of 10,000-foot view. All right, so under CERCLA, you obviously, if you can, you want to find a defense. And there have been defenses, for example, for innocent purchasers. And over the years,
it has been deemed that an innocent purchaser is somebody who conducted all appropriate inquiry at the time of purchasing the property. And if they have done so, then they could have a defense to liability. Now, what that means and how we implement that, obviously one of the things that you really want is some certainty. So in about 2000, I think 2005 was the first time that ASTM, which is the American Society of Testing and Materials. This is a third party, it's not a government agency, it's a third party organization that has actually been around for 120 years. They were formed in 1898 because when they were putting the Transcontinental Railroad together, they were finding that there was inconsistent quality in the steel in the railroad ties. And so a group of scientists and technical experts said, we need some standardization. Well, now they're a worldwide entity, and one of the things that they have done is that they have put together the standards for what constitutes all appropriate inquiry for the CERCLA defense. Now, oftentimes we don't get something new, but just this year in November, as of November 1st of 2021, ASTM's committee put out a brand new ASTM E1527-21 standard. So although EPA has not adopted that formally, everybody who works in the redevelopment field needs to know that there are some new rules that we think are probably going to be adopted by EPA within about a year. And I just want to touch on a few of the highlights because this is going to change the game a bit. There's going to be, there already are new definitions. For example, what constitutes a REC, or recognized environmental condition? What constitutes a controlled environmental condition, recognized environmental condition? What constitutes a historic recognized environmental condition? Phase ones can be very different depending on the quality of the environmental professional that puts them together. And this is an effort to try to come up with some more kind of uniform understanding of what those terms mean. Another major change is that the shelf life of a phase one is going to be different now. Now, it's still technically 180 days from the date that it is prepared, but in the 4 different sections of a phase one, they now each have their own shelf life. So for example, if you do your interviews of the prior owner or operator, on January 1st, but you don't get around to doing all of your investigation into, for example, the available records with the state, or you don't do your deed searches. If you do those sequentially, the date, the effective date, the useful date of the phase one goes back to the earliest date. So this is really significant. This can make the shelf life much shorter. The other thing is that there was a wide variation about what environmental professionals thought historic sources should be. And it was basically up to the discretion of the professional. So now you got to include the big 4, which are aerial photographs, city directories, historic topo maps, and the old historic fire insurance, the Sanborn maps. All of those at a minimum have to be included. And depending on the type of site, additional historic sources are going to be required. And my computer just died, so we'll do this based on memory. I want to hit on something that Dean was talking about. So one of the other changes here is that emerging contaminants has now been directly addressed in the standard. Now, the big one that everyone's talking about is PFAS. So, these perfluorinated alkyl and per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances, there are thousands of them. These are the forever chemicals that are in everything from pizza boxes to waterproofing to carpet. And, based on studies, 98% of the population has these in their bloodstream. So in this room, everybody except you has it. And so this is something, there's bipartisan support. We absolutely do anticipate that we're going to see different PFAS substances designated as a CERCLA hazardous substance very soon. So the committee for ASTM knew that this was out there, but here's what they decided. They said, if it is not yet recognized as a federal hazardous substance, then it is not required to be addressed as a recognized environmental condition. However, they encourage the environmental professionals, if the state in which the phase one is being conducted actually has their own state regulations of PFAS substances, that it can be acknowledged that that is an emerging contaminant of concern. Now, this is a big deal for any of us. In fact, we ask all of our consultants to include an assessment of PFAS because whatever anyone thinks, it's absolutely coming as a potential liability. And because these substances don't disappear in the environment, and they're soluble in water, but they basically don't go away because of the carbon-fluorine bond. They don't break down, I won't say at all, but not very easily. This is a major issue. So they've addressed that there. If you do phase ones, jump in and take a look. Okay, so the next, so why do we do that? Because if, under the 2002 Brownfield amendments, if you conduct a phase one that meets the standard, you have a full federal CERCLA Superfund defense. So we don't allow anybody to either buy or lease a property without doing a phase one. And the more robust the phase one, the least chances are that down the road someone's going to be able to challenge it. So big deal for federal Superfund defense. Now on the state side, there's also some tools. If you are an innocent party, the best thing that you have going in the state of Oregon is the prospective purchaser agreement. This is a statutory option where if you are not otherwise a liable party and you want to buy underutilized industrial property that is or may be contaminated, you can get a release from liability from the state of Oregon under two types of PPAs, the consent order and consent judgment. You can also get contribution protection, which means that you have defenses against other liable parties. And this is, this is really an exceptional program. I think it's incredibly well run, and you can get through that program, but you have to do it prior to the date that you acquire the property. So you can't say, boy, we're going to close in a week, let's go get a PPA. It takes months of lead work, but it is absolutely something that is critical, because you're going to get some burdens, like you're going to have a work plan, typically something like conduct environmental investigation or a very limited scope of cleanup, but the benefits that you get are basically a release from the state for liability and potentially third-party contribution protection. So those are for innocent parties. Sometimes you don't have innocent parties where you can't do a PPA, but that's a tool that's out there. The third really excellent opportunity to allocate environmental liability is just among private parties in doing their contracts. And there are all kinds of tools in that toolbox. For example, the big ones are indemnity. If you can get the seller to indemnify you, the buyer, from the pre-existing contamination on the property, that's something that you can rely on to the extent that the seller is going to be financially viable for the next, 100 years. If they're not, then there are other tools. For example, something else we look at is reps and warranties. If a seller reps that there are no underground storage tanks and you find an underground storage tank, then you have a direct contract claim. You don't have to be sued by the government. You don't have to have a CERCLA action. You can go directly and say, you made a representation, it is false, please pay for the cleanup. And it's definitely favored by buyers. Another one that is out there is that you can actually have holdbacks. You could say, you know what, we don't know what the environmental contamination is, but we're going to estimate it. Let's do a holdback of $1 million or $500,000. We can put it in an escrow account. And then, maybe that holdback lasts for a couple years. And then if you haven't discovered anything, the money goes back to the seller. Sellers tend not to like the holdback as much because it's a large chunk of money that goes in there. Other things we can do, they call it caps and baskets, where you could say like, okay, the seller will indemnify you, but only until you incur a certain amount, a threshold amount. Like, for example, maybe the first $50,000 or $100,000 has to be incurred before it kicks in. And maybe there's a cap. Sometimes they cap it at 5% of the value of the property or something like that. Sellers are always looking for ways to limit their liability. Buyers are always looking for ways to, basically put that liability onto the seller. But these are all negotiated, and reasonable parties have a lot of different tools that they can have to do that. Now, sometimes the negotiations just break down and there's going to be risk, and how do you deal with the risk? The fourth major thing, the tool that you have, is environmental insurance. Environmental insurance was pretty common back in the 80s and in the 90s particularly, but because of some major losses at some very large public sites, a lot of insurance companies started backing away from it. But over the last decade, the products and the number of servicers are starting to come back, and the market's actually pretty viable right now. So I'll give you an example. I have a client who is on a acquisition tear. I think they acquired like 87 facilities in the last year alone. And one of the tools that we used frequently was environmental insurance. And the way that worked is we would go and you basically have to hand over all your phase 1 and phase 2s. So all of your investigative work goes to the carrier. They say, all right, this is what we know. What we don't know, we're going to insure you against that. If you discover it in the future, or if there's a future spill, we will cover those. Example of costs for these sites, this is, again, I'm averaging some. The premium was $100,000 for 5 years of coverage for $5 million in liability with a $100,000 deductible for each claim. So this allows someone who is, they want to invest, they want to buy this property, they want to move forward, but they want a leap of faith that they can quantify. So they know that the most that they should be out if they discover some big environmental contamination is going to be about $200,000. Now, we can often split those costs among the seller and the buyer because under these same policies, you can add the seller as an additional named insured. So depending on who has the potential liability, you can use the same policy often for the same coverage. So these are kind of, a lot of the tools that are used that are out there. I just want to give one short story because I know we're tight on time. This goes back to phase 1s. So I had a client, I was traveling, I remember this well. I was down in San Francisco. This is when people used to travel. It was a thing we did. And he called me up and said, the scariest words an environmental lawyer hears. I think everything's okay. And then that's always followed by, and the deal closes tomorrow. So he said, so I said, okay, let's talk through it. And I said, do you have a phase 1? Yes, great. Okay, what's the date on the phase 1? Is it within 180 days? Check, yes, everything sounds good. Third question, who prepared the phase 1? And he says, oh, that's the great news. The seller gave it to us. I said, send it to me. So I'm on my iPhone trying to read 130-page phase 1, and sure enough, on the second page is the environmental professional's limitation of use language, which says this phase 1 may only be used for the above named party and by no others. No third-party use is authorized, period. So we had 1 day to do the following. We had to go approach the seller to see if the seller was okay with us approaching the environmental professional, which was a consulting firm, by the way, that we had no relationship to. We have paid them no money. We didn't hire them. They didn't know us at all. To say, would you be willing to issue a reliance letter that basically allows this new buyer to make use of your phase 1? And all of those conversations, fortunately, happened within about 12 hours. We got the reliance letter drafted, and the deal closed. And if they had not closed, they would have lost $150,000 of earnest money. So it was one of those moments where you're like, okay, making sure that you've got your ducks in a row is really important. But there's good tools out there, and it's really important to be a team on these. And you've got some really smart lawyers in this room and on the Zoom call, and make sure you reach out to them if you're going to do any transactions.
That was great. So I don't know about you, but I have a lot of questions, and I don't think we have the time right now for the questions. So what I want to do, and although Eric, you look like you're ready to jump on.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Is let's just take a short break right now, and then we're going to come back, and we have two final panels. We're going to hear about community engagement and compliance, and then our final panel, we're going to do a deep dive into Portland Harbor. And what we're doing with this amazing lineup of experts is we're beginning the conversations. There's going to be a lot more discussion about PFAS, about PPAs, about the infrastructure bill, about state priorities, a lot more about Portland Harbor. And so I encourage you all to, talk. Let's continue the conversation. And thank you all for being here. I appreciate that. All right, so let's just take a 10-minute break, and we'll start back in 10 minutes.
Beginning, end, or what?
Right now.
Oh, okay.
And that was fine. That was great. Thank you.
All right, why don't we get started? We're going to hear briefly, 1 minute, from the Braided River campaign.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sarah Taylor, and I think that Jan and I and these portraits best represent the people who lived in the Portland Superfund area. And we're just here trying to promote the concept that people really did live in that area before it became a Superfund. People were displaced by land use laws, eminent domain, the destruction of World War II housing. And so we do this art display so that you can have a better sense of who lived in the area where the Superfund was. And even if you're from another area, I'm sure there's stories there too. We give tours of all of the Portland Harbor. We have a sign-up sheet over there. And if you would like to be on our sheet, we'll let you know when we do a tour. We also are willing to display this artwork in other venues. And I just want to say one more thing. The Portland Harbor, it's also Oregon's critical energy hub, which means that not only is it contaminated now, but it has 90% of all of Oregon's fossil fuel infrastructure and has a great capacity to recontaminate unless we do something. So the Braided River advocates not only for the cleanup of the river, but the prevention of future contamination. And we advocate for the people who you're surrounded by, who lived and still live in the harbor. Thank you. Come sign up for a tour.
Thank you, Sarah. The artwork around here is really beautiful, and I'd encourage you all to go and read a little bit about it. So now we're going to turn our attention to community engagement and compliance. And we've got Philip Spadaro, who is a vice president of the intelligence group, TIG Environmental, and is a leading international expert in urban and industrial waterfront development, sediment cleanup, and environmental effects of dredging. And Philip, thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thank you, Holly. Thank you, everyone here and in the virtual room for being here today. It's great to see people in person. It's great to be back in Portland after so long. I haven't spent much time here in a couple of years, my home away from home. So nice to be here. And hi, virtual folks for the panel. Nice to see you all there as well. We have 90 minutes. We're going to try to stay very much on time. I have a few opening remarks, and then we'll get to our panelists. So I chose the title, Compliance and Community Engagement, intentionally, and I got a lot of questions, actually, about why. And I want to be real clear about why I put that word compliance in there. Community engagement, community outreach, community involvement is super important. And it's difficult to understand as a PRP what your metrics are, what you're really trying to do in the community engagement sphere, and how to build community engagement in the context of compliance with your obligations under whatever order or legal agreement you happen to be in. So there are two sides to this, of course, well, more. There's a need for the community engagement, but the folks who are trying to do these designs or do these cleanups are really constantly scratching their heads saying, what do I really have to do here? So that's the core of what I'm hoping to get into with the panelists today. We have a number of folks who all have different views of community engagement. I am going to ask them to introduce themselves as we go around and just say a few words about yourself and your organization. If Kevin Parrott from DEQ, Laura Knudsen from EPA, Barbara Smith from Harris Smith Public Affairs, McKenna Perry from Clarity Scientific. Hi, McKenna. And Lauren Wurtis from DEQ. So each of you, please, when we get to you, please say a few words about your background. Each panelist will have up to 15 minutes. You're under no obligation to use all of that if you don't want to, but I will start bugging you if you try to use more of it. And then I've really left it open for the panelists to say what they want. They're under no obligation to, do any particular thing except say what they want to say and build the conversation about community engagement and community involvement. However, I did distribute some questions to them, and I hope that they will touch on them in their remarks. So I'm going to read these questions, and then I'm going to shut up. Question 1, since the requirements of remedial design are set forth in agreements between PRPs and EPA, what is the role of the community in the RD process? So these are legal agreements between EPA and a group of PRPs or a single PRP. Yes, there's some language in there. Community engagement will happen, sure. What is the role of the community in remedial design? Question 2, the term community is broadly defined and may actually include residents of the neighborhoods bordering the site. May also include tribal, commercial, recreational users of the site, and often includes groups advocating particular agendas who may or may not be from the site. With whom are we actually trying to engage? Question 3, what are the best practices with which to engage the community in terms of methods, formats, and frequency? My observation, this isn't part of the question, but my observation is that we tend to just add features to community engagement without regard for, is this a best practice? Question 4, what are the anticipated outcomes of community engagement? What should the community expect? What can the PRPs expect? And I really think this last question is perhaps the most important one, because until we can develop a mutual expectation of what this process is supposed to produce, we just have open dialogue, which is not bad, but it may not produce anything meaningful in the context of design or construction. So if you think some of this is provocative, good. If you think it's boring, there's snacks outside. And I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to ask Kevin to speak first. Speak a little, is it on?
Well, to follow up with Patty, there's no button on this thing, so it is high-tech.
Can folks hear Kevin? No, we have a problem.
Show me the button.
Try that one. Try that one.
Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah. Here, you can have the bad one. Okay, so I was kind of teasing Philip when we first got here that I'm a little disappointed that he's not reading my bio, because I really could put a lot of stuff in there and had things like I know more than Philip, but he would have edited it, he told me. So I've been doing cleanup work for 32 years, and I can tell you it doesn't feel that long. There's so many new things to learn all the time. Every day is a learning experience, new things, problems to solve, and then Portland Harbor comes along, and then we have, as Richard mentioned, one of our really big and interesting cleanup sites, and Amanda Spencer was working with one of the responsible parties on this, and that's the Scappoose Bay. We have 3 sites in Scappoose Bay. We're just getting going in the feasibility study, and one of them is a little bit beyond that, and we have a settlement with one of the parties. So I started out in consulting in 1990, right after phase 1s, phase 2s became a big deal. This was right after the Superfund amendments of 1997, Sarah, and that generated a lot of need for consultants doing property transactions, which now are known as all appropriate inquiries. Worked for a large consulting firm, Danes & Moore, for 6 years, and then I went to DEQ in 95 and started in policy working on actually developing regulations that were required by the 1995 Superfund statute amendments. And this is what the statute and the regulations officially kind of promulgated the use of risk assessments in establishing cleanup levels versus before that it was just background or lowest feasible. Now most people don't even think of that, but that's how it used to be, background or lowest feasible, just like CERCLA back in the day. I did a few years of policy, then I moved into project management at DEQ. I focused on our orphan program sites, or what EPA calls fund lead sites. Eventually that got me into McCormick and Baxter, which was at that time the only Superfund site in Portland Harbor before it went Superfund in 96. So I was the project manager during the remedial design and construction of the sediment remedy and some of the other operable units. And then I went back into consulting with GSI Water Solutions, focused exclusively for 5 years on Portland Harbor Superfund. And then I came back to DEQ as a manager. I manage one of the 2 cleanup sections in our Northwest Region office. So that's my background. And then, Philip, you want us to now talk a little bit about the communications piece of it, right? Or do you want to do a roundtable on introductions first?
No, please,
Okay.
you proceed.
Okay, so I'm going to start communications with 2 questions that, or decisions that I had to make with respect to communications. One of them was 20 years ago, earlier in my career at DEQ as a project manager. This was in a public meeting in Keno, down by Klamath Falls, dealing with the community. Their drinking water supply was contaminated with methyl tertiary butyl ether, MTBE, which was gasoline additive. So the question in this public meeting with a reporter there from Klamath Falls, person stands up with their glass of water and said, "I dare you to drink this," or you need to drink this. That's what it was. Not a dare, it was you need to drink this. This is contaminated, this is what I'm drinking. And my family is drinking, and you need to drink it, DEQ person. So the question is, do you drink the water or not? Fast forward to very recently, a major cleanup site for DEQ, and that's Willamette Cove Upland. It's actually right next to McCormick and Baxter in the St. John's community. And there's also an in-water component that EPA is leading. This is the upland side that's under our state cleanup law. And DEQ worked very intensely with the community to, we actually had this concept to train the trainers. We had a community group that we were training them up with the expectation that then they would go out, reach out to the community, and they would educate them, that they would be the kind of the champions or the kind of the neutral party. So it wasn't just DEQ trying to say what we thought was the right thing to do. And this was exactly 2 years ago. We put out for public comment our proposed cleanup plan. What we call it a staff report at DEQ, but it's the draft ROD, proposed ROD. And we got 160 comments, most of them saying, we don't like this remedy. We want you to select a different remedy. So the question is, do you select a different remedy? And those two kinds of questions come up over and over again for DEQ, for our cleanup program, is how do we do risk communication? Do you drink the water? Do you, whether it's personally, if you're being challenged to do it, or how do you communicate to the community at large whether it's safe to walk over this ground, to continue to live in their house that has dioxin furan contamination in the backyard? It's another site that I was involved in trying to educate the community on that issue. Van Austin properties in Bend. So that's all I'm going to say about kind of my examples with community outreach. Do you drink the water? Do you change the remedy? I want to talk a little bit about DEQ's requirements for public outreach, and then I'll hand it over and maybe we can come back to some of your questions, Phil. So we're required by statute and rule to seek community input on some of our key cleanup decisions. When we are getting ready to select a remedy, a formal remedy, that's based on a remedial investigation, a feasibility study, risk assessment, the statute actually has the director selecting the remedy, which is then delegated down to the project manager. The manager signs off on that. We're required to take that out for public comment. And that's our typical 30-day public comment period. So we get comments back, and then we truly consider those. We want to know whether we've missed anything. It's easy to think that we could never miss anything. We're the experts. We're the scientists. We've been working on it forever. We have our project manager, our toxicologist, our hydrogeologist, and everything. But we really do need to have an open mind and consider what the community is saying, because we may miss something. But then what do we do with the instances where we get the 160 comments where the community is saying, we don't like this remedy. You need to pick a different remedy. And we truly believe, after we've considered their comments, that we've selected the right remedy. We don't select remedies based on what we just kind of think is the right thing to do. We have criteria for selecting remedies, and we have to balance these remedy selection factors about effectiveness, reliability, implementability, cost effectiveness, short-term risk, and a preference for treatment or removal of hotspots. We have to evaluate the alternatives based on those criteria. But if the community doesn't like the outcome of that, and they think we need to do the full cleanup or a full removal, that's a challenge, because now we have community that is unhappy with our decision, and then what if they go political on us? What if there's an effort and do they understand the criteria that we are using to select our remedies? The technical, whether it's the analytical data, the risk assessment, or whether they understand the feasibility study. Do they care about that and the regulatory approach that we have to follow? We also are required to seek public input on settlements. And this was touched on a little bit earlier. If we're doing responsible party settlements, these are usually either cash outs, like one of the sites in Scappoose Bay that Director Whitman mentioned, or if parties are implementing a remedy and there's a set scope of work that they are committing to, and when they've completed that work, we issue a certification of completion, which typically will resolve their liability. They're done. They don't have to do any more. They've done everything that they've committed to doing, and in exchange for that, they get a liability release. And if it's a consent order, it's a liability release from DEQ. If it's a consent judgment, it includes a contribution protection or third-party liability release. We also have prospective purchaser agreements, and we have 3 versions of those: administrative orders, consent orders, and consent judgments. So we have to seek public input on those as well. DEQ also has policy that encourages very substantial and meaningful public outreach above and beyond what is the minimum requirements of our statute and rules. We issue fact sheets. We need to be responsive to community inquiries, phone calls, emails, that kind of stuff. We almost always take community members up on invitations to present or speak or attend meetings or community neighborhood meetings or what have you. We have fairly significant, I wouldn't quite say it's extensive, but we have significant staff training on community outreach, and our project managers work very, very closely with our office and community, our Office of Outreach and Communications, and Lauren Wertis is here from that group. So we're well supported by our communications experts. So, back to the question of risk communication, which is what that "do you drink the water" is all about. Is it safe to drink the water? When we do a risk assessment, what if it can, well, typically they conclude that there's unacceptable risk. Well, that's long-term risk. That's 30-year, that's chronic. How do you communicate that to the general public, especially if they're concerned, if they're really worried? How do you distinguish between long-term chronic exposure and risk and short-term acute exposure and risk? And then how do you communicate the fact that our risk assessments are based on conservative exposure factors and often a very conservative and when it's a limited characterization, site characterization, it's even more conservative. Often we're basing our risk assessment or risk screening on the maximum concentrations that we've detected at the site versus an area-wide true exposure. How do you communicate those nuances when we have a risk assessment that says there's an unacceptable risk to children at this site or children in this residential community? And then how does DEQ, how do the agencies deal with community suggestions or requests or insistence that we select a different remedy? And so that gets back to one of your questions, Phil, which is, what is the expectation? What should be the expectation of the community when they're providing input? Is it that they're going to change the remedy? Is it consensus? Are we trying to build consensus with the community on a DEQ decision? Are we trying to satisfy them about, when we talk about a risk assessment, are we trying to inform them about what a risk assessment means and what the basis for our cleanup decision is? And then when we go into, beyond that, into remedial design, do we continue, post-ROD, do we continue to seek input from the community as we're going through the very detailed and complicated elements of remedial design, especially when it's like a sediment remedy and it's very engineering intensive? Or do we inform the community? What should be our expectation of ourselves, and what expectations should we allow the community to have of us? Do we want to be honest up front and, for example, tell them that we are not seeking input anymore, we're informing? Or do we try to seek input with the risk that they're going to feel that their input is ignored if we don't accept it as we're moving through remedial design? And if there is a need for a significant change in the remedy, that's just not a design change. That should go back and result in a explanation of significant difference or a ROD amendment. It can really set back the process. So let me just say one more thing, and that is Should this be different? Are communications be different in EJ communities? And under the kind of the light of diversity, equity, and inclusion, should there be a different level of inclusion that we try to promote in EJ communities? Or is it the same standard across the board? So with that, Bill, I'll hand it to the next person.
Thank you, Kevin. That was remarkably on time. 15 minutes, 1 second, and 26 1/100ths. Very good, very good. Thank you. Really good comments, and I think you did get the ball rolling there very nicely. Let's turn it over to Laura Knudsen at EPA, and up there in the upper left. Hi, Laura.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you so much, and I'm really honored to be here. Thank you for moderating, Philip, and Kevin, thanks for those remarks. I am just going to do a quick introduction, and then those questions I think would be great to kind of have more of a discussion amongst the panel. So I'm not going to hit on all of those specifically, but I do want to do a quick overview and introduction of myself. So I really look forward to the discussion today. And I have worked for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency since 2010 in the Superfund Community Involvement Program. And I started at EPA headquarters for about 5 years doing national policy and guidance work on community involvement, and then relocated to Region 10. And I've provided support as well to the Superfund construction and post-construction management work over time. I'm currently the lead community involvement coordinator for the Portland Harbor Superfund site. I'm sure many of you get my emails that I send monthly. And I do support other Superfund sites and emergency response work in Region 10. And I just want to say my current role as an EPA community involvement coordinator and also the lead community involvement coordinator for Portland Harbor, my main objective to just frame my participation here today is to provide early, frequent, and meaningful community involvement, and to keep community members well informed of ongoing and planned activities regarding site cleanup work. And I'll just say, similar to what Kevin mentioned about DEQ's community involvement requirements, you know, as the lead regulatory agency for the Portland Harbor Superfund site in particular, but other Superfund sites too, EPA does also have specific community involvement requirements under the Superfund law. And, you know, I'll say too, because I think this plays nicely into your questions, Phil, that you raised, is that EPA's best practice too is that at sites, Superfund sites with high community interest and environmental justice concerns, and Portland Harbor is one of those, we know based on our experience that community involvement activities, additional ones than what's required, are critical. So I look forward to talking more about that with everyone today. And just thank you so much. I'm actually going to pass it back to you, Philip, so the next person can go, and I look forward to engaging more in the discussion.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you, Laura. Used a lot less than 15 minutes. But I understand you want to get into those discussions, so that will leave more time at the end, so that's good. Let's go then to Barbara Smith.
Okay, just a minute. Did anybody else have this problem over the last 2 years, huh? You wear glasses and you wear a mask and you can't negotiate either one of them, and you'd think by now I'd be able to do it, so there we go. I'm Barbara Smith. I have a company, Harrison Smith Public Affairs. I am a consultant to mostly PRPs, and that's public and private sector PRPs who are involved in the alphabet soup of environmental regulatory processes. NERDA, WRDA, RECRA, MOTCA, CERCLA. I think there should be a song in there somewhere, but I haven't figured that out yet. I started out, I have a journalism degree, which is a fancy way of saying, you know, I could pass a few English classes. I got out of college and I was a reporter for a while, which was interesting, and covering everything from murder trials to legislative and congressional campaigns. I went to the dark side after that, which means I became a political hack and worked in state and congressional offices as a press secretary and communications. And then I realized that government didn't talk very well to the community, and businesses didn't talk very well either. And I was really good at it, I thought. So maybe I should just go and be that broker between what I saw as a need. And I've been trying to work on that for the last 30 years, so I haven't quite figured it out yet. My experience here in Portland is I worked closely with what was then called the Lower Willamette Group, which were the organization of PRPs who worked with DEQ and EPA on the remedial investigation and feasibility study for the Portland Harbor Superfund site. And I did that for 15 years. So I learned an awful lot and have met many of you and worked with many of you. And I'm currently working with Philip and his colleagues on the Swan Island Basin Remedial Design project. And my perspective on all of this, and I'm very happy to be here with all these really smart people. One of the things about environmental process is that it is just that. And it's not very much what most of us want when it comes to being a part of our community. We want more of a product and not a process. So what I have found over the years is the community doesn't really want, I've never gotten a participation trophy for setting up chairs and running a meeting. That isn't really satisfying. It is what a lot of the environmental processes require of community engagement. They require you to have so many comment periods. They require you to have 30 days of this or 120 days of that. And we all look at that because we think we're complying with the process, that's what the community wants. And my experience is the community is far much more looking for the product of this process, which is, what do I get out of this? This is my money that's paying for the taxes for the PRPs who are public sector. What am I getting from that? What am I getting in terms of feeling less risk from contamination? What is it that I, at the end of the day, will take home from your process? And so meeting the community on terms that help them understand what they're actually getting out of this, and it's not just a meeting, I think has been something that I've seen all of us struggle with over the last 30 years. I also, from a PRP standpoint, have discovered that it is really important for us to have incredibly credible agencies leading these processes. I have worked with PRPs over the years who have been very upset about EPA or DEQ or Department of Ecology or the Corps or somebody who's running a process because they think that they're, you know, they just don't know what they're talking about, or they're not following this and not following that. And so they try to denigrate them, or they try to pull them apart, or they try to say, you know, this isn't really working for my client. And the problem is that you need EPA, DEQ, the Corps, all these people to be very credible because they're the ones who have the control and the power when it comes to the implementation of these laws. So my point of view has always been PRPs need to recognize that they have to work cooperatively with agencies so that it's a credible set of risk communication or remedial design or whatever, so that when you get that question of will you drink this glass of water or why we want you to change this, that you have to rely on the fact that you really have the authority to make this decision. And that respect for that authority is really hard to gain and to maintain. So I'm very interested in the discussion about some of these questions that Philip has posed to us about how we keep that credibility with the community when, as we know, and especially in the last few years, there are alternative facts. Did you know that? Yeah, there's a whole new set of facts out there, and science doesn't necessarily mean it's the way it should be. And we've all run into these things. My experience, I'll have to say this, one of the very first sites I worked on, it was a, how do you like this? It was a senior citizen mobile home park built over an old dump. And the PRPs were all public sector. It was the Navy and the county and the city, because they all were responsible for the landfill. And so you have all these senior citizens in these mobile homes, these single wides, living on top of this garbage dump. And part of what we had to do is take samples of the vapor, skirt vapor under their mobile home. And it was my job, because we'd taken all these samples and found out that basically there wasn't really that much of a risk, it was my job to go door to door to tell these senior citizens that things were just fine. And so I get there and I knock on the door, and here comes this nice older woman and her friend who are there giving each other home permanents while they're smoking, and there's a bottle of wild turkey on the table. And I'm there to say, guess what? There's no, risks from the dump underneath your mobile home park. And they were furious as they were smoking and giving each other home permanents while drinking, that there has to have been a risk, because they weren't feeling very well. And they were sure that it was because of this contamination that was buried in the ground underneath their mobile home. And I learned a very good lesson that day, that voluntary risk is not something you can ever compare involuntary risk to. So you can't look at people and say, hey lady, you got all these chemicals in your hair, you're drinking and you're smoking. Don't you think that might be more of a risk than some vapor that came up from under a garbage dump from 30 years ago? It doesn't work. That's not the message that you can convey to the public. So the challenge then is, how do you explain risks over time? How do you explain what can happen to make them feel better about where they're living and their community? And how can you also limit their expectation of, you're the horse that's riding through town. You're the environmental horse, right? Or boat in this instance with the Willamette. And they want to attach and ride that for every single thing that's wrong in the community. And it's got to do with air quality, or it's something to do with different chemicals that have nothing to do with this particular cleanup project. How can you listen to them? How can you find them results? And how do you keep that credibility so that when you do have to talk about your specific actions that are going to lower risks that are assigned to your specific projects, that they'll believe you and they'll trust you, and they won't expect you to make them feel better after they've been smoking and drinking and giving each other home permanents. So these are the challenges that I've seen over the course of working on these types of projects. So I'm going to be really interested to also join the discussion and just say that, I think it isn't going to change unless we all sort of come together and figure out a way to communicate together, to work together. And I know that is frequently talked about, but I think the previous panel, when they were talking about, how do we make this not so long and not cost so much, applies also to a very anxious community who when you say you're doing sampling, and they just went and had a COVID test, and it was 72 hours, or they get their cholesterol back the next day, they're not going to understand what QA, QC, and how long it takes. And so talking just about what we're doing and our process isn't going to be very satisfying. So I really would hope that we can also discuss ways to talk about how we can deliver on something the community really wants to hear. So I'll leave it at that.
That was one damn good story.
It's true.
I noticed, though, that you only listed the brand for the alcoholic beverage, but not the cigarettes or the home permanent.
Pall Mall non-filter and Clairol.
Thank you. I feel much better now that we
Yeah, I just made that up.
get the names out there. I just have to add that there is nothing wrong with having wild turkey at a contaminated sediment site. It's perfectly fine. There's no risk. Thank you, Barbara. Those were some really good thoughts. It did kind of frame a lot of the challenge, though. This voluntary versus involuntary risk issue, meaningful communication, and I guess we have. We're going to end up with considerable time at the end, and you're all saying, I want to get into those questions Philip posed, so I'm really counting on you to actually do that when we get to the end, because none of you have really answered any of those questions yet.
No, I do want to say one thing about, can you hear me now? Okay, one thing about that story also that I think applies to what happens at this site is the PRPs at that site where the senior citizen home went political. They went to the county commissioners and said to the county commissioners, we shouldn't be living here. And the county commissioner who was running for re-election said, we need to move all these people off of here, build them a brand new mobile home park, and take care of them because the risks are too high. When all of the science didn't say anything like that, but now you had a political decision about an environmental process and it changed everything. And I think we have seen or could see some of that here in the Portland area as well.
More hopeful news. Thank you. Okay. McKenna, you're next on my list. So please give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Philip. Yes, hi, everyone. My name is McKenna Perry, and I am the owner of Clarity Scientific, a small business based here in Portland. And I have a PhD in organizational psychology, so I came into stakeholder engagement work more from the perspective of human behavior and how we can make people feel heard and valued in public participation. So my background also gives me some expertise in the employee perspective and in engaging businesses and organizations in the community, in particular organizational strategy. So just very happy to be here with you all today. Thanks for hooking us all up, Philip. And I just thought I'd share briefly a couple of things that have been top of mind for me. I think the biggest thing as I've been thinking about this panel is really in all of our work in community engagement, I think that every investment in every moment that we spend preparing to connect with someone, actually connecting with a community member or processing or following up after connecting with a community member, I think in all of that, there's really one thing that should be at the core of it all. And I think that that is empathy. I really think it all boils down to empathy and helping people know that they matter and they are heard and that we respect them as individuals with their own needs and fears and ideas. And that might mean that sometimes we have to say the same thing 20 different times in 20 different ways. And it might mean that we're always bringing someone new kind of into the fold over these really long projects. But I think that that's our job and that's our responsibility, and not something to be swept under the rug, but to be really proud of and to honor and kind of cherish. And so that's the biggest thing that's been on my mind. And I think one other thing I'll add is that because I'm the person on this panel who probably has the most focus on employees, I just sort of like to throw that out there as a point of discussion for us all, that we've all heard that, we're in the Great Resignation, and I think it's not talked about enough how our choices about communicating with the community also extend to our own employees and our own organizations. Our own employees also want to be kept informed. They also want to hear that we're doing good in the world and supporting the community, and their perceptions matter, and they matter for retention, they matter for hiring, they matter for how our employees feel doing the work they do every day, how they talk about us in the community. So just a plug to not forget about your own people too, when you're considering who you need to engage and as we're thinking about what community means. So that's all for now, and look forward to the discussion as well.
Great, thank you, McKenna. Super, nice to have you here. Lauren, you're number 5 on the list, so batting cleanup here. Take us to the end.
All right, thanks so much, Philip. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for having me in this discussion. I'm really excited about everyone who's there in the room and here online with me today. So I'm the public affairs specialist for the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality's Northwest region, which means it's my job to talk to Oregonians about the ways DEQ is, restoring, maintaining, enhancing Oregon's air, land, and water in the northwest corner of the state. So that includes the Portland area and Portland Harbor Superfund site, as well as many other state managed cleanup sites and all the other things that the community cares about. So I just wanted to give a little background on me, and I promise this relates, but I grew up in Sandy and in Portland here in Oregon. I went to Wilson High School. One of my main sports was dragon boating, so I spent many hours on the Willamette River, and Oregon is my home. My background is in urban planning and community engagement, and I spent over 4 years working with communities on the future of cleanup sites in their homes with some people who are here today. I saw some of you, so hi. And one of the main reasons I do this work is because I think that people really have a right to be informed about and involved in the decisions that impact them. And I've now been at DEQ 2.5 years, and I've enjoyed every minute of getting to do exactly that. And to McKenna's point about empathy, I mentioned my history here in Oregon because I'm a community member, and I'm someone who communicates with community members. And, you know, my family is community here. So when I see some of these questions about, like what is enough in terms of community engagement, and what are the roles, and what do people really want? I think about, what would I want, and what would my family want? And, and to Barbara's point about being credible, I don't mean like, how would I, what would I expect in order to have my, full dreams and wishes and what I think is best play out, but how would I see this process as meaningful and credible, and treating me as a full member of the community, and as a person with legitimate questions and thoughts and the right to ask some questions. So that's kind of how I'm coming to this conversation. And like I'm with others, I'm really excited about the discussion. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank all of the panelists. I appreciate that you had good stories, and you kept your comments on time or less than time. And if I'm not mistaken, Holly, that gives us ample time for discussion. Yeah. So so then let's get into it. You all said you were excited about that discussion. Do I need to pick on individuals, or would you like to just jump in? I'm really tempted to ask Laura, because she had the shortest of all the intros. Can I
Sure.
can
Go
I
for
start
it.
with you? Okay.
Do it.
And I know you're not necessarily representing EPA's opinions or whatever, but just in your own point of view, can you tell us a little bit about what you think the best practices are? We heard meetings, all kinds of things. What really works? Fact sheets, whatever. What do you think really works? One, to get information out, and two, to foster this feeling of we're being heard. How do you see that? What are the best practices?
It is a great question. I think all your questions are great, Phil. And I would start just by saying, kind of echoing a bit what Lauren was saying at the end of her comments, that it really, of course, depends on who you're trying to get information to. And that's one of the reasons why in the National Contingency Plan for the Superfund, with the Superfund law, we are required to do community involvement plans at Superfund sites. And that's something that we ask in our community interviews, because especially since Portland Harbor is one of my main sites, there are so many different communities around Portland and the Portland Harbor area. And so it's different, that the answer to this question is different, I think, for everyone. But some of the, what we found, like if you take the Portland Harbor example, is that, sometimes fact sheets are a good way to go. Emails, are often helpful in the area, and social media And we have some other thoughts on that because Portland, a lot of the community members that we work with in the Portland area anyway, tend to be more technology savvy. And so that's a consideration because there are other sites that other colleagues of mine work with across the region nationally where that is not the case. And so in that case, emailing might not be the best approach, or hosting virtual meetings. But in the Portland area, we've had success with those approaches and heard in the community involvement plan that at least some community members that's a good tool. And one tool that I want to highlight because it came out recently and hopefully some of you have seen it, is story maps are a big thing right now. Again, you do need to have an internet connection to view it. And there are some considerations we're still taking into account based on community feedback, because one of the things we heard from community interviews with lots of different community members for the Portland Harbor example, but it would apply to other sites too, when you're trying to find the answer to that question, is that some kind of visual narrative tool would be really helpful for the Portland Harbor Superfund site, because there's so many elements to it. There's so many moving pieces and something that could be updated over time. And so fortunately, EPA does have a good ArcGIS story map platform. And so we worked, not in a vacuum though, because I think that's one of the things, we worked early on with, partners and community members to get feedback on that tool. And as a result, we were able to relaunch it. We were able to launch it in early December and have received generally good feedback on it as a way to get information. It's something that's easy to share and you can go through it pretty quickly. And something that we're planning to keep updated throughout the cleanup, so it can be used as a tool to continually provide information in a visual way. The thing that we still are trying to work on is it unfortunately, that tool, you can't translate it into other languages. So for example, we worked with Multnomah County because they have a great fish consumption advisory education program. And so there is a part of that story map that links to their website where they do have translated materials. So that's how we're working with it right now. So anyway, I'll let others speak, but those are some of my initial thoughts on it. And I'm happy to talk more, but I'll stop to give others space.
Yeah, great, thank you. Those are all really good ideas. I remember one of the early hotspot cleanups on the Passaic River in New Jersey, working in the Ironbound community. And we tried so many different things and still felt like the community wasn't feeling heard or feeling like they had gotten a fair time at the listening to the message. Was we rented a little storefront in the neighborhood, and we put up a lot of posters of the design and what we were trying to do and why we were trying to do it. And we would encourage a few of our senior staff to hang out there and do their other work, so that if someone came in, they could try to walk them through the process and explain it to them. And we found that sort of one-on-one work very well, but it was a relatively costly investment for those PRPs to maintain that storefront and have people there. So one possibility. Would anyone else like to add to that?
Just because I think this goes to what we've really been talking about today a lot is environmental justice. I've worked on a couple of different sites where, and I think what Laura said about having a community involvement plan where you've done an assessment of the community, really asking them, what are you concerned about? What do you want to hear? The other part of that that's really important is who are the messengers that we can work with to help you know that? And, in one area, we worked with the black churches because the ministers were the ones who were able to get information on Sunday morning to a large part of the community about information related to what was happening with the cleanup. The other one was we did basically podcasts in Spanish on the local Spanish radio station, so that that would be something that they would hear, and nobody needed an internet connection for any of that, because I think it's true, the technology that we have can be really, really cool, but you'd be surprised how many people, particularly in EJ neighborhoods, may not have the access that you think they could, and especially during the time of COVID, where libraries are limited and access is limited. So finding a way to not only figure out what they want to hear, but who is it that can deliver the message? Because sometimes it isn't really just a government official or one of us standing up and making a presentation. So finding those messengers, I think, is really important.
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick here, Phil. So I think your example proves a really good point about going into that community and setting up a shop. I mean, I'm a comms person. That sounds like fun to me. That's my best day. But the hard thing about communications is that you can't prove the alternative, right? So that's, you say that's really expensive, takes a lot of time, and those things are going to be true. But I feel like I could also imagine an alternative scenario where you don't do those things and the project is longer and the project is more expensive and people dislike you a whole bunch more and dislike the project. And you end up in maybe, Barbara's, with the situation she was articulating, where someone elevates it to a public official who says you're going to do something other than what you were planning to do. And now you've ended up with something that doesn't necessarily make sense scientifically, and it took longer and nobody likes you. So I think that there is, while it's expensive and while it is timely and while you'll never know what the alternative situation was, I mean, that sounds like a really good win to me. And I think it's important that we remember that we all get paid to do this and to think about this and to remember, oh yeah, we talked about that 5 months ago. And and I'll look back in my notes, all these community members, they have families, they have jobs, they're getting their COVID test results, like things are happening to people. And so I think being the ones who get paid means that we can come to them and we can repeat ourselves. And that's, not too much to ask.
I'll add that I think kind of what I'm hearing is a really great point, Lauren. And I think kind of what I'm hearing is that it's sort of all of it. Like, you can't just do the traditional methods and you can't just do the newest, latest, most innovative thing. You have to take both approaches and they reach different people. And I think to Lauren's point about sort of the payoff, that does pay off in spades, and is really worth the investment, even if, because it doesn't always have to be that we took this person who has really negative feelings or has the potential to have really negative feelings and turned them into someone who's totally positive and totally an advocate for us. Sometimes it can just be that we move the needle a little bit to take that negative person and make them neutral, or to take that neutral person and make them positive. So the investment can pay off in that way for sure. Yeah.
I'll just jump in again too, just because I will say, based on my, I think the more in terms of tools, which was your original question, Phil, I found, at least with Portland, the Portland area, but also my other colleagues across the country too, that the more kind of visual tools you can provide, that can go a long way oftentimes, especially because that can sometimes transcend language barriers, sometimes depending on what it is. But for example, at the Cathedral Park project area, which is part of the Portland Harbor Superfund site that EPA is currently working on with preliminary remedial design sampling, we have a working group of community members who are really dedicated, and like Lauren said, they're coming in their own time. Some of the folks in the audience are on that working group, and and one of the things we heard, loud and clear on that was like, please like show us, like what does it look like what you're doing on those, that sampling and that work. And so we have, we're working on with that working group on creating some videos of that when the sediment coring occurred, and showed some initial videos of that working group, just draft, and it really helped, I think, visualize the work that's going on there too. So that's a tool that I think if possible, it can be an investment for sure, but it can be really helpful and go a long way to building trust when people can see what you're doing if possible.
Yeah, completely agree. A lot of written words may not be the best format, something they can see. I think you might have had a couple thoughts on this, Kevin, or?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to maybe move to question number 4, because
Take us where you want, sir.
From the non-comms perspective, the person that's implementing and having to make these decisions, I find that really interesting question, which is what are the anticipated outcomes from community engagement, or what can the community and the RP expect? So I think, going back to the, is this the right remedy, or can you change the remedy with Willamette Cove? The community should expect that that DEQ is going to reach out for them, is going to engage them, is going to seek their input as required by law, and we'll try to inform them, and we will consider their input in a very honest manner. We're not just going to blow it off, not even read their input. But at the end of the day, the community and the PRP needs to know that DEQ should, that we should stick to our guns. We shouldn't just blow with the wind. We shouldn't go with the loudest voice. If we believe that the remedy that we selected is the most feasible remedy, which is what our balancing factors are all about, it has to be protective and feasible, and we compare the remedies or the alternatives against the others, we do a comparative analysis. And in the case of Willamette Cove, we stuck to our guns. We communicated back that our proposed remedy was or is protective and the most feasible alternative. We did have an opportunity to provide a concession or a bit of a compromise, and it was based on really on the input that we got, which was to incorporate a contingency remedy in the ROD. So in this particular case, our proposed remedy allowed for an on-site containment cell, and the community did not want that. They wanted it all removed, even though that was going to significantly increase cost and implementation risk. We stuck to our guns with our preferred remedy, but we did allow the landowner through a contingency remedy that if they wished, that they could eliminate that on-site containment cell. And that would go through, and the landowner is Metro, and there would be a community process for that. So the community and the RP needs to know that they're getting a fair shake. But at the end of the day, DEQ is going to go with the science, and we're gonna follow our regulations and not work outside of our legal authority. And let me say one more thing. If they're working with us under a voluntary agreement, under a consent agreement, a consent order, there's a little difference that I think should be provided to the RP versus if they're working with us under unilateral order, or if they're just not engaged and we're doing it, we're going to cost recover. In that case, they don't get a say in it. Mm-hmm. If they're working with us cooperatively, they've spent a lot of money, we have good faith relationship and efforts throughout the process, we should give them some difference. We still have to follow the regs, we have to consider community input, but we just can't throw the RP under the bus because somebody else is yelling louder or goes political.
Just one second, Barbara, because there are a lot of environmental professionals in the audience today, and I wanted to really make sure you heard something that Kevin said. It's about being able to get it right and articulate what is right about what you have designed or what you're going to design or what you tested. A lot of us externalize the world of community engagement because we're not community engagement or communications professionals. We're scientists, we're engineers, whatever. But a lot of this process rests on the work that we do. And so if you don't do it well and you can't explain it well, you can't look to the communications professional to get it right for you and to, go out there and communicate with that community and tell them what I did is okay, tell them this design is okay. The credibility for a lot of these decisions rests with us. And we have to be able to look the community in the eye and explain that somehow without sounding too pointy-headed about it, but really engage with them and get it right. And I think that's part of what you're saying is, if you design this right, or you're going to design it right, you better be able to explain that to someone. It's important. Barbara, you had a thought.
I just, and this is kind of a question, I guess, to DEQ and EPA. One of the things that helps you keep that credibility, this is my opinion, is correcting misinformation in real time with community members who make a claim about something or a risk or, the volatilization of PCBs. There's a good example that why isn't that a risk pathway? And so this will let it hangs out there, and there often isn't correcting that perception in real time, so you hear it again and again and again and again. And so my question is, how challenging is that, or is that something you consider when you're looking at talking with the community, which leads to the issue of then you have credibility to say, look, we're sticking to our guns.
Well, there's two DEQ here.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that you're willing to speak up for yourself and on behalf of your community. You're not alone. There are lots of communities who have, similar issues and would make similar statements under similar circumstances. I would only point out that there are different things that different people can do for you. I'll speak only for myself. I clean up underwater sediment sites, and that's all I've done for 40 years. I don't make parks. Sometimes someone will decide that as part of cleaning up an underwater contaminated sediment site, we can make a park. Usually it's the city, sometimes it's a landowner, and that kind of leadership where a city comes forth and says, I want to take advantage of the fact that we're cleaning up this area, these contaminated sediments, and I want to make community access better, I'm sorry to say, is a rare occurrence in the world of cleaning up contaminated sediments. There are good examples of it. You can drive north to Tacoma, where the city of Tacoma took on a great deal of liability, spent a great deal of their taxpayers' money to improve access, community access to the Theophos waterway and to make it a better place for the community. That took bold action from the municipality above and beyond the CERCLA context, above and beyond the Superfund context. And so this is, your comments point out, I think, one of our real disconnects is that the people who are cleaning up the contaminated sediments are in an agreement with EPA or DEQ to do a thing, and the thing doesn't involve a park, I'm sorry to say. It involves getting PCBs or lead or mercury or whatever off the bottom of the waterway so that it doesn't create a risk to human health or the environment. There's nothing in these orders about improving access or making parks or repairing communities. And I think that that is really one of our disconnects, sadly to say. I feel helpless as a guy who made his entire life about cleaning up contaminated sediments. I feel helpless that I can't make that park for you. But that is not part of the job I do. I think if I can just say anything to you, it's, we can work together to try to get that. But it's really up to the people who own that land and make those land use rules to decide whether there's a park or whether there's community access. It's not part of cleaning up the sediments. Sorry? Will this park be? Not whether it's a park. Okay, sorry I misunderstood you. Then it's like Gasworks Park in Seattle, where, in the summertime you walk around, you get tar on your feet from the manufactured gas plant that used to be there, and the city of Seattle refuses to do anything about it. So maybe it's a situation like that. Yeah.
So
Okay.
Phil, if we have a minute or two.
Oh, we do.
So if I could,
We have a few minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so the comment that you raised, this is a really, really good comment, and we received a lot of these. I bet we got 50 comments that was asking DEQ to change our remedy so that it would allow for beach access or for certain types of use of the park. And DEQ, I'm speaking for DEQ, we are 100% confident that our remedy is going to be protective of all kinds of park use scenarios. Our remedy is based on a risk assessment and remedial action objectives that provide for park use. Metro, as the property owner, to kind of follow up on what Phil says, Metro, it's their decision whether or not they want to build the park. But the responsible parties for that site are required by our ROD to actually clean it up so that it's protective for park users if it gets developed as an active park, and right now it's a passive green space. But that's DEQ's role, is to select a protective remedy and to require that that remedy gets built, that that remedy gets implemented. But in terms of how the site gets used or reused or redeveloped down the road, we don't have that authority. We just do not have legal authority to require Metro to build a park or office spaces or a boat launch or a canoe launch or anything like that. I mean, if we did, we would be having a different conversation, but that is not what the authority that the legislature granted DEQ in our cleanup law.
In the interest of getting a few more things under discussion in our few remaining minutes before the break, I would invite the panelists to pick either question 1 or question 2 to round out our discussion. Is there a preference for one of those? McKenna, which one do you want to talk about?
I think number 2, which for anyone who doesn't have it, is the term community is broadly defined and may include actual residents of the neighborhoods bordering the site, tribal, commercial, and recreational users of the site, and groups advocating particular agendas. With whom are we actually trying to engage? And I will start by saying all of the above.
Okay, I'll challenge you back. Why are we trying to engage groups who advocate particular agendas but don't belong to the site?
Groups advocating particular agendas but don't belong to the site? I mean, I think that everyone deserves to be heard. So if they are engaged in that discussion, if we ignore people, then that is communicating to them that they don't matter. And so I don't necessarily think that we need to reach out to everyone if they aren't involved in the discussion, but if they are involved in some way, then I think that that is really our role, is to honor their fears and experiences and pay that forward. So
Define the community very broadly is what I'm hearing you say. Yeah.
That is, yes.
Lauren, you have a comment in there too?
I do, yeah. I mean, because I think part of what happens is it comes down to impact, right? And that's, you know, Barbara was talking about what you get to choose, the risk you choose and the risk that it just happens. And people are probably there spending their, you know, unpaid time to talk to you because they perceive some sort of risk. So I would say it's relevant to them in that capacity. And so your community is going to be the people who perceive an impact. You know, whether or not we agree on the extent of that impact, you know, so when we're cleaning up a site, we take, you know, however much contamination from here, but we also put it over here. So, you know, if you get questions from this community because they're saying, hey, I mean, I certainly wasn't involved in everything that happened where you're cleaning stuff up. I don't know why you're taking your stuff to, this is my community over here. That's valid. It's a valid question. And, you know, it may not be something that you necessarily have jurisdiction over or where you get to make the final call or, you know, where you develop the land use decision that put a landfill in their community, but I think their question still deserves an answer, and that's a general conversation, and I think they should be included.
And I'll jump in too. Great answers. I think, yeah, it's a great question because it is typically a broad term, and I do think, like I said before, you know, around every area, has multiple, there's many communities. Oftentimes it's not just, monolithic. And so, and I think, like McKenna said in her comments, that all of the groups that are mentioned in this question, they have important roles in listening, empathy to all of them is important. I think from EPA's lens with this question too, that we are focusing on community members and communities that have environmental justice concerns, because they often, and historically have not had a seat at the table and have not, and oftentimes we need to find out kind of what Barbara was saying before, who are like the messengers of that, those communities who we can really connect with, because they're the most impacted, and that's of the utmost importance to us in our work.
And with that, we're going to allow EPA the last word on this because we have completed our time. I want to thank the panelists. You folks have been great. It's great to have you here, McKenna. This is a place we've wanted to get you for a long time. So I'm happy you're here and happy you could participate.
Thanks, Philip.
I want to thank the audience and everyone who listened and commented. And Holly, I want to thank you for giving us all the chance to get up here and chat and get together. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. And I think one of the things that this discussion highlighted is, in some ways, the limitations of CERCLA and Superfund. We're trying to accomplish a lot: community involvement, environmental justice, creating parks, reducing risk, listening to the science, all of those things. And so, Philip, excellent discussion. Thank you so much. So let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back for the final amazing lineup of presenters. Let's come back at 4:30. All righty, why don't we take our seats and get going? Do you want a chair up here? Okay. All right, why don't we get going with the final panel of the day. So our next moderator is Dennis McLaren, and I found every time I give an introduction to Dennis, I'm a little bit of a fangirl. Dennis is one of the most knowledgeable and thoughtful environmental professionals that I have ever met. So Dennis joined the Cascadia Law Group in 2017, and I think his focus is primarily these days carbon, climate planning, and policy development, and has formed Cascade Policy Solutions. But before that, Dennis was presidentially appointed to EPA Region 10 Administrator, and I think he served the entire Obama administration, and prior to that was executive director of the Puget Sound Clean Air Agencies, and these roles put Dennis at the forefront of a wide range of environmental, climate, and land use policy issues in the Pacific Northwest and Alaska. And I think it was right during your last few days in office that the Portland Harbor Record of Decision was signed, and so there is nobody better to moderate this panel than Dennis. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Holly, and thanks as always for those great introductions. I appreciate it, and I should be retired, but I'm not because too many of the things that we've set up over the years are still happening, and I have a great affection for Portland Harbor and Portland, and today's panel is really a great panel. We're going to talk a little bit about where we've been, where we're going, what's happening right now, what some of the challenges and opportunities are. But this is the last panel of the day, so stay energized. We know we've got some great things from people to say. But just a few things, by way of introduction. Superfund is hard. We've heard some remarks already today. We're going to hear some more about that today. It takes time, it's process intensive, it's expensive process, but it's what we've got. And it is, it has resulted in benefits to communities around the country. It's just painful. And we're going to hear a little bit about that pain today, but we're also going to hear about, what it means in terms of benefit as well, community benefit and benefit to people in the environment. But particularly, Portland Harbor has been hard. We heard Richard talk a little bit about that earlier. It's been contentious all the way along, contentious at the beginning between EPA and the state and local folks in Portland. It's one that has a lot of parties involved, and there was conflict amongst the parties. It has tribes involved who have reserved rights, fishing rights. It's got issues around fish consumption and human health associated with that. It's got issues around recreation and people's access to Portland's river, the river that people recreate in and do lots of things in, as well as commerce. So it's hard, and sediment cleanups are hard. Sediment cleanups are hard because they involve dynamic systems. And Portland Harbor and the Willamette River are particularly challenging as a sediment site because it is a river that flows. It's a river that's dynamic. It floods. It has big flows at times, and so this has been a challenging process, but it moved to get a decision out on what the remedy would be. We tried to make the remedy be one that's adaptive, that adapts to what the data shows and adapts to what the circumstances are. There was a lot of discussion about will the river heal itself. In a dynamic river like this, that's not likely, but there are parts where that can make a difference and it can happen. And there are parts where it doesn't make sense. So a lot of those challenges. Also, I want to give some props to some of the folks that have been involved in this over time. Historically, folks like Richard Whitman and Dick Peterson and Jim Wolford, who's now retired from EPA. Jim was the longtime director of the Superfund office in Washington, D.C., and Jim actually came out here and engaged with the communities, engaged with the tribes. Jim and I did road trips out to every single tribe, some multiple times, to meet with the tribal councils and the tribal leadership. He came and engaged in meetings with the business community, the people that live in the neighborhoods surrounding the river. And one thing that's really important, I think, it was the last panel that talked about this, it's really important when you engage with communities to have people in the room that actually can make the decisions, that actually are listening and engage and can understand what the challenges are in the community. So that was part of what led to a remedy here. And the tribes in particular, and environmental justice communities in particular, because there's historically been disproportionate impacts on those communities, and tribes in particular have reserved rights. And this, focus for Portland Harbor was on fish and fish consumption and human health related to fish consumption in significant part. That was one of the hardest parts of this to get to a decision. But one of the things we wanted to do before the Obama administration ended was get a decision out. It had been 17 years. It was time. There were some people that didn't want a decision, that wanted it to be delayed further, but we felt we had enough information, it was time. And now, we're 5 years down the road. So, we're going to hear from folks today about, where we've gotten to in that 5 years since a record of decision, where we're headed, what some of the key challenges continuing on are. But let me introduce our first panelist. Our first panelist is from EPA, Hunter Young, and Hunter has been a remedial project manager at EPA for over 6 years, and he began in Region 1, and I have visions of Gowanus Canal and Hudson River and General Electric and sediment cleanups back there as well, but Hunter came out to EPA Region 10, and he specializes in sediment remediation, and he's stationed here in EPA's Oregon Operations Office, focused on the Portland Harbor Superfund site. So, Hunter, take it away.
Thanks, Dennis. I want to just start off by mentioning that I'm speaking only for myself and not on behalf of EPA. Anything I say is my own private thoughts and opinions and not an official EPA position on any issue. That was fun. I'll also mention that I have a napping infant daughter in the other room, and I chose the panel that is after daycare, so I'm going to try and make it through this, but bear with me. As Dennis mentioned, I'm one of several project managers on the Portland Harbor site, and I want to give a status update on where we are in remedial design. So EPA is all in on remedial design at the site at this time. We've added several new project managers as well as the team lead to the team, and we've increased our presence in the Portland office, otherwise known as the Oregon Operations Office. Back when I started, I was the only project manager from the team in Portland, and now we've got, I think, 5 different team members in the Portland office. So the site is certainly a priority for EPA right now. We currently have 100% of the site in remedial design. We've got 18 different project areas, 14 of which have ASAOCs with PRPs. 2 have UAOs with PRPs, and EPA is leading the way on design at Cathedral Park, as well as a group of small unassigned sediment management areas. The leading project areas are working on things like basis of design reports and preliminary design reports, and many other parties have spent the last year collecting a robust set of design level data. There was a lot of samples taken from the river over the last year. The pandemic created some interesting shortages, including the ability to source glass sample jars, chemicals for running lab samples, aluminum core tubes, and an overall labor capacity shortage. Despite all these hurdles, we've made significant progress at the site and continue to move towards completing remedial design. We're estimating over the last field season tens of thousands of samples collected in the harbor. Cleaning the rivers certainly remains a priority for EPA, and I think that the progress we've made over the last year, despite all the challenges, is a demonstration of that commitment. Another demonstration of our commitment is our desire to streamline remedial design. One example of that is the remedial design guidelines and considerations that we've put together. It's a document to help designers move through the design process more smoothly. And we worked with early performing parties and stakeholders to create this document, and it's a roadmap to help steer folks through the design process. It contains design principles, technology assignments, flexibilities, performance standards, details on how to navigate deliverables, FAQs, and I think it's been very helpful for moving things along. We've also formed a remedial action work group in order to help ensure a seamless transition from remedial design into remedial action. It consists of technical representatives from Oregon DEQ, as well as representatives from each of the remedial design project areas. This group's goal is to focus on technical aspects of the cleanup that need to be in place for remedial action. We're talking things like infrastructure and different monitoring needs during remedial action. And the plans developed from this work group are anticipated to be part of the remedial action consent decree, which will be the enforcement agreement EPA will use to oversee the active cleanup. And one other thing I want to mention is, and something that I touched on earlier, is EPA's efforts in the Cathedral Park area. We collected tons of samples offshore and in the beach and the riverbank in this project area. It's a priority for EPA based on the community aspects of it, the environmental justice aspects of it. And we are committed to moving forward this project area no matter what. And I will mention that we have recently been lobbied by the community to issue orders for this project area. And so there's a lot of pressure and attention right now for the need for a performing party to step up in this area. But EPA remains committed to moving it forward as we can. With that, I think I'll go ahead and pass the baton on in the interest of trying to get some questions and interactions going on in the panel after this.
Great. Thanks, Hunter. And I think if you guys, the better the mask, the harder it is to get on and off. So I'm going to talk through the mask if you guys can hear me. Next up is Jim McKenna. And Jim has been involved in the site for a number of years now. And he's Governor Brown's Natural Resource Office. And he has over 30 years of experience as an environmental scientist and policy advisor, including coordinating and advising multi-member stakeholder groups comprised of public and private entities. And he has broad experience, but I'm going to let him jump right into Portland Harbor and talk about Governor Brown's frame on it and the state's priorities.
Thank you, Dennis. Can everybody hear me? Well, first and foremost, I think it's great that Hunter has a child sleeping in the other room. I'm hoping after I speak, I don't have a room full of napping adults, but I'll try and keep it light. Portland Harbor is extremely important to Governor Brown. It's been a priority for her for many, many years. And, if I were to wrap it up into three main categories of priority, number one is obviously we need to reduce the risks at the site. We need to get this cleanup moving forward. And I'm going to address that a little bit later as we talk about some of the actions we've taken post-record of decision. But, Superfund sites, we don't eliminate risks. We need to prudently manage those risks and reduce them to acceptable levels. At sites where you got background concentrations that pose unacceptable risk, it's impossible to eliminate those risks. So Governor Brown is fully on board with the record of decision, has identified these cleanup goals. We just now need to get through the design process and move on with addressing those risks. So number one, get the cleanup going. Number two, we need to address, and I know this was discussed earlier today, some of the long-standing impacts to the environmental equity issues, racial equity issues that have impacted the BIPOC communities, the communities of North Portland, the tribes over the many, many, many decades. And as we do our cleanup, we are constantly going to put that lens on of equity as we address the cleanups moving forward. And then thirdly, recognizing that Portland Harbor represents not only the economic engine for the Portland metro area, but for the state and the region. It is extremely important to both the import and export of goods and providing good family wage career opportunities for people who don't have college degrees. It provides the highest wages and best career growth opportunities for those people. And we need to make sure that the harbor remains that economic engine, there's economic growth and prosperity. And I'll address that a little bit later too when I talk about the federal nav channel and how important that is to keeping the economy moving forward. So looking at those three key issues, number one, reducing risk. Number two, looking at these inequities that have been imposed on BIPOC and tribal communities, and then the economic engine. What has Governor Brown done to help move this forward? Post-ROD, well, first of all, she had her concurrence letter with the record of decision back in 2017. But then post-2017, the harbor-wide remedial design funding offer that we teamed with the city of Portland on, prior to us giving that offer to all the PRPs to step forward to do remedial design, only about 15% of the harbor cleanup areas were under agreements to do design work. As Hunter mentioned, we now have 100% of the site moving forward. Over 90% of those sites are being addressed by the PRPs through orders and agreements, and the remaining area by EPA. So we're very proud of that. We're proud of the work we're doing with the Port of Portland, City of Portland, and the federal PRPs on Willamette Cove and doing the in-water design work there. The governor is proud of the work we're doing with the City of Portland on the data management front, developing the data management plan and the programmatic institutional control plan with EPA. We have an agreement with EPA, and we're very close to finalizing those documents. And in the meantime, doing the interim data management with EPA to ensure that all the data that's currently being collected is being consolidated into a data management system. So a tremendous amount of work has already been implemented by the state and pushed by the state with the leadership of the governor. And then the last one I want to mention is the fish advisory outreach effort. As I mentioned, we're trying hard to reduce the risk at this site. And when you look at human exposure, not the ecological side, but the human exposure, the predominant risk is consumption of resident fish, the bass, carp, and other resident fish. And if that's the number one predominant risk out there, how do we get the word out to the community that that's of concern? And so we've teamed with the Port of Portland and the City of Portland to fund Multnomah County Health Department to do their outreach effort harbor-wide. And we've been funding that since 2018. It's a critical component of the ROD. Fish advisories are an institutional control for the site. So it's important we get that information out there. And I just very briefly got some statistics from Multnomah County Health Department. And I want to give kudos to Beth Appert, Andrea Homburg, and their team at Multnomah County Health Department, because they've just done a spectacular job that doesn't get a lot of headlines or highlight. Since 2018, They've had 83 meetings and events attended by almost 3,400 people. They've done 10 human-centered design workshops with 178 participants. They've had radio and 5 newsprint ads put out in different languages that have touched 2,500 people in the Russian community, 30,000 in the Chinese community, and 13,000 in the Vietnamese communities. Facebook ad targeting specific fisher work groups, that's over 20,000 people. They've done women, infant, and child workshops to explain the risks posed there, and developed materials in 7 different languages for those communities that tend to fish at the river. So again, I just want to really highlight the tremendous work they've done. I've got a laundry list of other issues here to address, but I don't want to take up too much time. I want to make sure we get questions from the audience. But the key issues moving forward, we got to address the federal nav channel issue to make sure we can keep commerce moving, reduce the risks at the site, and address those inequities related to racial justice.
Thanks, Jim. And one of the things that I hope you and maybe Jessica and also Hunter can touch on is job opportunities in the community, job training. That was something we tried to design into the record of decision, is making sure that there were local jobs and job training opportunities. So I want to make sure that gets some discussion as well. But next up is Jessica Hamilton. Jessica is not just a lawyer, but also has a master in public health, the ideal person to be involved in a Superfund cleanup that involves public health risk issues. And she manages the Port of Portland's projects related to the Portland Harbor Superfund site, and has been doing so for quite a while now. And prior to that role, she spent a decade practicing law. She now teaches as well. And Jessica, I'm going to turn it over to you for your thoughts.
Great, thank you. And I have been at this for a long time, in part because Superfund takes a long time. I know that Director Whitman and Patty Dost and Jim and Dennis have all talked about how long the process is. I'll give my personal anecdote, which is I was pregnant with number 2 during the drafting of the feasibility study. My littlest one, Connor, is now 9 years old and in 4th grade. So that is how time flies, at least for me. And those of you who have kiddos probably appreciate the fact that you sometimes measure major milestones with where your kids are at any given time. So I also wanted to share that in my first weeks of law school, way back in the olden ages, I had a professor who said to the class, never forget that there are real people behind the cases that you're going to read. And I just want to acknowledge Sarah Taylor and her colleagues from the community here for providing that important reminder with the artwork, with your words, that real people are behind this cleanup. So when I look at the public health aspects of this, and the opportunities to do the cleanup in a way that protects human health and the environment, I too am super proud of the work that Jim mentioned with Multnomah County. Barbara Smith in her earlier comments mentioned the importance of having a credible messenger. And, you know, I think we at the Port, I don't want to speak for the city or the state, but we at the Port recognize that within our respective roles, we are not a credible messenger on public health. Jessica Hamilton in her personal role might be with my training, but the Port of Portland is not a public health agency. And so that's where we team together with the city, the state, and Multnomah County Environmental Health to provide a robust program that helps address the fact that cleanup is still going to take a long time, and in the meantime, there are very real risks to humans. And we need to make sure that we're reaching the most vulnerable populations in a culturally sensitive and appropriate way. And so I'm super grateful for the work that Jim just highlighted that Multnomah County is doing for that effort. So just wanted to say that. The Port's involved in Portland Harbor in multiple ways. We have an economic development function. We're focused significantly, but not exclusively, on marine uses. In the last year, we announced our Shared Prosperity Initiative. For us, that was really driven by 3 major causal events. The first is the global pandemic that we're all living through, and thank you, Holly, for making this in-person event happen. The second is the racial injustices that we were seeing and realizing, and sort of the awakening of racial justice movements again. And the third is a fear and a recognition of uneven economic recovery. And so we looked at the role that the port could play, and we were focused on 2 things primarily. First, the opportunity for the port to continue to create quality jobs, and to invest in the creation of quality jobs. And the second is building wealth and making sure that that wealth is being built in a way that benefits everyone. And so that's really been the focus of the work that we've been doing, both at the port generally, but also it's been a renewed focus of the work that we're doing around Superfund. I'm going to talk about a couple of things that the port's doing outside of Superfund specifically, one of which is the redevelopment that we're doing. We have a marine terminal at Terminal 2. It's been underutilized for many, many years, and just recently, just a month or so ago, we announced a major partnership with Hacienda CDC. We're going to be supporting them to build modular housing that will be able to be shipped. They're sort of like Lego blocks. They'll be able to be shipped to 3 different communities in Oregon, and we will learn from that whether this is a function for developing affordable housing. The Oregon State Legislature granted us about $5 million in funding also for that, granted the project, I should say, and then we also were the recipient of an initial EDA federal grant of about $500,000. So we're super excited to have that work. It's really exciting. It's an opportunity to pilot a really important project for a community need, which is affordable housing. We also have a role in maintaining navigation of the Willamette and the Columbia, and we're the owner of current marine facilities, including Terminal 4, which is our busiest marine slip. In any given year, we might have a ship in berth at Terminal 4 for 300 out of 365 days. So it's a bustling operation. We are also a potentially responsible party, and we acknowledge that, and we have acknowledged that since the very first day of the listing. We signed the administrative order on consent as part of the Lower Willamette Group to perform the remedial investigation and feasibility study. We also signed in 2003 another AOC at Terminal 4 to jumpstart cleanup by doing an early cleanup at our Marine Terminal 4. And then shortly after the record of decision was issued, we met with EPA both at headquarters and at the region to kickstart remedial design efforts and entered into an amendment so that we could begin remedial design relatively quickly after that record of decision was issued. We're participating with the state on the RD effort along with the city and the federal government at Willamette Cove for the in-water work, and we're also funding 2 other areas of the river at Swan Island and near our Marine Terminal 2. But that's not it. We're also involved in upland source control activities. As most of you know, those are governed under DEQ authority. Initially, when we began our site assessment and understanding which sites might fall into those upland source control sites, we had 14 sites in the program. We currently have 7 of those sites under a no further action determination, and we're working hard to get the remaining 7 under a site determination and finality and site closure. Among those, we have the Willamette Cove site, which has been discussed a couple of times today. Metro is the property owner, but the port and Metro are working under a DEQ order for that cleanup. The record of decision was issued, and we are working on the sort of the preliminary remedial design plans to move that site forward into cleanup. And we're a public agency. So with that, we recognize that we have a role with community. And I think that, just to echo what Lauren Wirtis was saying earlier today, we are part of the community. Our employees live in the community. I, like Lauren Wirtis, went to Wilson High School, so I am from here, and appreciate the role that being from here has and how we approach the Willamette and the love that we have of the Willamette and the community. So, but in addition to the Multnomah County effort that Jim and I have talked about already, we are also participating in multiple other activities, including the community and EPA convened Portland Harbor Community Collaborative work group. As a resource member, we're a member of the Willamette Cove Roundtable. And then one thing that I think is super cool is that we actually partnered with community to develop a job forecast to better understand the types of jobs that will be available through the cleanup. One of the things that I am personally committed to and the Port is very focused on is figuring out ways in which, if you know, we've talked about this a lot, this cleanup is going to cost a lot of money. What are the ways in which we can make sure that we have the local talent right here so that money stays right here in our community? And particularly if we can involve communities who have suffered the disproportionate burden of the environmental contamination in those efforts, we will all be better off. So one of the things that we're doing is doing this job forecasting so we can understand the types of sites and jobs that will be available and on what timeline, so that we can engage in various interventions around workforce development with our public agency and community partners. Here at the Port, we have also engaged in a review of our contracting practices. We are a public agency, so we abide by public contracting rules, but within that, we do have some flexibility about how we administer and award those contracts. And so, starting with our Terminal 4 contract for remedial design and going through to the Willamette Cove contract for in-water remedial design and other contracts, we have now invited community members to participate in the evaluation of the bids that we receive for that work. We pay community members to do that work. We recognize that lived experience is what we're seeking to provide in terms of the insight there, and so we value that experience just like we would any other technical expertise. And so we have a really great and robust partnership with Portland Harbor Community Coalition, the Portland Harbor Community Advisory Group, and other community groups that are part of the Portland Harbor process. And we're also working on various other collaborations with contractors, community leaders, regulatory agencies. All of this is very, very consistent with the Port's mission and drive around shared prosperity. So, I know that we have some experts who have actually worked on the Super JTI program, and I don't know if we're allowed to ask questions, but I know I'm really excited to hear about Anne's experience on Super JTI, which is the EPA-led program around job training. And we're just really interested in figuring out ways in which we can work together, partner together to create a more equitable cleanup in the process. So thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. And next we're going to move on to Sarah Greenfield. We've already heard from Kevin Perrette today, and Sarah is in Kevin's group, and she is DEQ's Portland Harbor in-water coordinator, responsible for working with a team of DEQ project managers to provide technical support for the EPA in-water cleanup and integrating source control activities on the upland side being overseen by DEQ. And she's an engineer with over 10 years experience in environmental cleanup, specializing in sediment remediation. And I know she's going to talk a little bit about source control, but she's also going to talk a little bit about upriver. And one of the things that as we went out and did our tribal consultations that we found was really important to the tribes was thinking beyond just the Superfund site. When you do a Superfund remedy and a record of decision, it focuses in on the Superfund site itself. But important to tribes and to community members was thinking beyond the site in terms of the upland source control and also the upriver potential for recontamination of the sediments downstream on the Superfund site. So Sarah, with that introduction, take it away.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dennis. You're absolutely right. I mean, usually I work on in-water aspects of Portland Harbor, but really, success of the in-water cleanup hinges on controlling sources, and it's not just sources from the upland, but also sources upriver that have the potential to recontaminate, the remedy once it's been constructed. And so I wanted to kind of take some time today to mostly talk about those two areas, where we're at with upland source control, and also some of the in-water actions that DEQ has overseen over the years. Because really, we've made significant progress. It's been 2 decades now implementing the JSCS, a really, really long time. And all of those efforts have been focused on, making sure that we don't end up with a remedy that gets recontaminated down the road. Because our priority is, and, continues to be getting Portland Harbor cleaned up and having it remain protective for both people and the environment. So with that, starting with upland source control, which is the traditional sense of source control as everyone kind of thinks about it. So far, we've completed work on 111 out of the 174 upland sites that were identified as needing source control along the study area. And we have source control evaluations that are still ongoing at 51 remaining sites. But most importantly, we have source control measures in place at all high priority sites. And this is with that goal, again, of ensuring that we have recontamination level sources addressed such that EPA's remedial action will not be delayed. And you can't talk about upland source control without talking about stormwater as well. I think folks who are in the sediment world recognize that stormwater has played an important role in recontaminating sites in the Pacific Northwest and across the nation. And so, wanting to avoid that being the case here in Portland Harbor, DEQ developed a stormwater strategy that we've been implementing, for drainages to Portland Harbor related to, legacy contaminated sites, as well as industrial stormwater discharges. And implementation of that strategy has gone well. It's nearly complete. And DEQ did issue a report back in March of 2020, evaluating the effectiveness of these measures. And, we found that it's working. Source control works. On a broad basin-wide basis, recontamination from stormwater is pretty low likelihood. Of course, there's localized sources that still need to be addressed, and we're working on those measures. But the good news is, on a harbor-wide basis, that risk is very, very low. And focusing on stormwater up front, I think, does kind of set Portland Harbor apart from some other sites across the nation. The other piece is the upriver source control, because obviously in-water sources have a potential to migrate, downstream into Portland Harbor and cause sediment recontamination. And so DEQ has been looking into that for a long time now. Did multiple rounds of studies upriver of Portland Harbor, trying to look for and delineate areas of sediment contamination. Did a phase 1 and phase 2 investigation back in 2008, 2010. Those were really focused on the downtown reach, which is from the upstream boundary of Portland Harbor to the Selwood Bridge, because that's kind of where historic operations and facilities have been that have the most likelihood of contributing contamination. So that's where we were looking initially, but also did a recent study back in May of 2018, looking further upstream. So from Selwood Bridge up to the Willamette Falls, just because that had historically been undersampled. And so we had to answer the question, are there sediment sources we haven't found yet that need to be addressed? And so the good news there is really we didn't find much. Concentrations as you get further upstream are generally very, very low, as you would expect. So based on mostly that phase 1 and phase 2 work from a long time ago, DEQ did identify and have now completed 7 major sediment cleanup sites in the downtown reach, with the last remaining legacy cleanup site completed in 2020, which is that Portland gas manufacturing site that Patty did such a good job describing earlier today. And then, those were kind of the high priority sites. And there are several other kind of low to medium priority areas that we're continuing to investigate and determine, if any action is needed to address those prior to EPA's in-water cleanup. So kind of recognizing that DEQ's work in both source control, upland and in river needs to align with EPA's schedule for getting into RA, DEQ developed what we call the Downtown Reach Expedited Cleanup Process, which we've been implementing now for about 1.5 years, which is basically a framework for how to kind of screen some in-water areas of contamination, assess data gaps, and determine whether removal action may be needed. And it's actually quite similar to the process in Portland Harbor, where we have cleanup levels and trigger levels, we call them, to make those decisions. And then there's also an off-ramp, for determining that perhaps a site is small or the source is not of sufficient strength, that it requires remedial action. And in that case, we can consider it to be de minimis. So far, we've fully implemented that approach at one area. It's the CD Greenway, which is in South Waterfront, River Mile 14-ish on the west side. And in that case, it was determined to be de minimis, so no remedial action is required there. We're also reviewing an alternatives analysis for a planned removal action at the old West Lynn Mill site, which is up at Willamette Falls. And then we're going through data gaps evaluations for a handful of other sites, a couple that are just upstream of Portland Harbor, River Mile 12.1 and 12.7 on the east side. And then we have a few sites along Selwood Park and Oaks Bottom. And then there's one other site that we're looking into. It's the little marina there at 16.7, which is just upstream of the Selwood Bridge on the east side. And some of this work is being funded through agreements with performing parties. But I also want to point out, that given our commitment, to getting this work done, DEQ is also contributing some orphan fund money in a couple areas where an RP hasn't been identified. And so all of this work, again, is intended to kind of reduce that potential for recontamination of Portland Harbor and make sure that that work is aligned in terms of timing, such that we're not going to be reason for delay of moving into the remedial action phase. And then one other thing I just wanted to mention is that, we're also working with EPA to conduct a study to better understand what the background concentrations are of DAPs and furans in the upriver reach. This is something that's been discussed quite a bit in Portland Harbor, so it will be helpful there. But it's also going to be helpful to inform our work in the downtown and upriver reach as well. And so we're expecting to start seeing some of those results here in first quarter of 2022, and there'll be a report that goes out to EPA soon thereafter. So all of that to say, DEQ's work is really a complement, right, to EPA's cleanup, and it needs to be integrated, right? We've kind of been working on parallel paths, and now we're to the point where all of that needs to come together. And so we're working with EPA through this efficiency assessment process on a project area basis, to identify if there are sources that remain, if there are data gaps associated with those sources, and then make decisions about, which ones should get integrated into EPA's in-water cleanup, or which should be adequately addressed, through DEQ's source control program. And so that's kind of where we're at right now, kind of doing this accounting to make sure that everything is in place by the time EPA's project areas get to the final phase of design and they're ready to get in water, because that really is the goal. And we've heard a theme a lot today about, all the progress that's been made and how quickly things have gone in the last couple of years. And I just really wanted to echo that as well. It's been amazing to see how quickly and efficiently EPA has been working through remedial design. They've got a great team. A lot of them are now in Portland, which is a change from where we were when I started DEQ, 6 years ago. And it really does show commitment to staffing up and giving this really important site, the attention that it deserves. So yeah, with that, DEQ is just starting to kind of shift focus. RD is kind of well underway. And so it's time to start thinking about what that next phase of work looks like, remedial action, what's it going to take for us to get there? And so we're really looking forward to working with EPA through the remedial action work group that Hunter mentioned on how to kind of support that transition so that we can really get to the ultimate end goal, which is, you know, getting Portland Harbor cleaned up.
That's it's really interesting to me, 5 years removed from being really engaged in the site, to hear and see the collaboration, the teamwork, the progress that's being made. There's something that the public doesn't often see is there's a healthy tension which can become an unhealthy tension between the agencies as well. And here, what's happening is teamwork and people working together to move this forward. And sometimes it takes courage to identify when there's an unhealthy tension, and Kevin had some tough conversations with me, I know, back in the day when I was the EPA regional administrator, about how do we work together, how do we get to a place where we're working together as a team, how many work units in the river, and how do we break this up in a way that's manageable, and so on. So it's really great to hear and see the progress and the teamwork that's the collaboration that's actually occurring. And maybe we can talk a little bit about where there might be some healthy tensions still in place as we get to the questions back and forth. So let's move on to Ann Fitzpatrick. And Ann is with LHG, and Ann's going to bring us a bit of the technical and the on-the-ground consultant working not only on this site but on others like Lower Duwamish and others around the country. And she's a licensed geologist with Geosyntech Consultants and has been working on contaminated sediment projects in the Pacific Northwest for over 25 years. And as I said, involved in the Lower Duwamish waterway feasibility study in 2012 and the Portland Harbor pre-remedial design studies in 2018. So Ann, why don't you take it away and give us your perspective?
All right, thank you. But I just have to say I'm a little distracted because I see Hunter's baby.
Yeah.
Super cute.
He knows how to add cuteness to our presentation today.
And a little anecdote before I start is how did I get into sediments? I was working with Philip Spadero, and he said, do you want to work on a boat? I got a job on a boat, and I said, that's me, and we're doing contaminated sediment work ever since. So in 10 minutes I'm going to go through kind of three main points I want to make. And one is the Superfund challenge that we've been talking about. It's too expensive, it takes too long, it's taken 20 years, it's resource intensive, has complex stakeholder priorities, and very few have actually met their metrics and been delisted. So looking back in time a little bit, in May 2011 in Boston, the Corps of Engineers and Sediment Management Work Group convened a 3-day workshop to try and figure out how can we streamline Superfund for a sediment application. There were over 50 people in that workshop, and from EPA, agencies, industry, PRPs, and it was a very collaborative, honest discussion. And the top 5 action items from this workshop, and we can discuss how we're doing in those action items. And by the way, the outcome of this workshop is available in Todd Bridges' article from 2012. I can give Holly the link to it. But action 1 was develop a project vision and metrics for remedy success at the start of the project. Action 2 was and strategically engage stakeholders early on in the process. And we've heard from earlier today, that's amazing progress on that front. Action 3 was optimize risk reduction and risk management. So get away from mass removal and dredging alternatives and address the risks. So it's combined remedies, it's capping, it's E&R, it's amended caps, and focus on the endpoint we're trying to measure. But also, for risk reduction, focus on early actions. Use the lessons learned, get the bang for the buck, where is it worst, then monitor, and then see what else we need to do as source control is catching up or the system's recovering. And then action 4 was incentivize progress towards risk reduction. And that is, as we heard earlier, I think EPA is getting funding for that, and so some of it might be a hammer, with unilateral orders, or some of it might be a carrot with funding that and grant funding that people can apply for, groups. And then action 5 is pursue remedial projects as a collaborative enterprise. And the group cited the example of the Great Lakes Legacy Act, where it really is a collaborative process with match funding for a party to revitalize a site. And they're focused on revitalization, not just cleanup. And the point there was that everyone has to have skin in the game. So I think that gets to the point is that maybe we need to be working outside of the Superfund process or the cleanup process to make some of these bigger visions happen. And then in 2017, EPA had a task force. Again, Superfund still taking a long time. And agency was looking at how do they restructure and expedite the cleanup process, what resources are needed, what incentives are needed to encourage investment and get these projects going. And I think just in the last few years, we're seeing a lot of that benefit in Portland Harbor, which was identified as one of the priority sites to expedite the cleanup. So moving on to part 2 of my talk are some key studies that I was involved in, and kind of between the proposed plan and the ROD and before the remedial design. And one of them was a sustainability study we did in 2015 and 2016 with input from many, many different PRPs. And I want to just focus on the word sustainability. It used to be green, the green footprint, it was all environmental metrics. And then we recognized sustainability was important, looking at more the life cycle of a project, bigger scale, and it also include the social pillar and the economic pillar in that analysis, where you guys talked about jobs. But then we kind of went right to EJ and stakeholder engagement. So I'd like to loop back to the sustainability part for a minute, because I'm a numbers person. So I'm looking at data and numbers. So how do we take all this input and the stakeholder values and quantify it so you can really make informed but balanced decisions about what we're going to do and how well can we do it and how low can we go and how do we have metrics for success, or communicate you're not going to get the perfect site, recognize the limitations of the cleanup. So one was the social and stakeholder analysis we did. We identified over 300 stakeholders. We mapped their values, and there are a lot of multi-criteria decision analysis frameworks out there where we bin the values and look at stakeholder inputs. And then we talked earlier about we identified, are they engaged? Are they not engaged? Are they at risk? Are they not at risk? And that helped kind of bin the different stakeholders to how much skin in the game or how much effect or impact they're going to have. Develop values, develop metrics for those values, and then quantify those metrics in terms of the cleanup remedy. This time was the proposed plan. And this was all a tool. Then we could aggregate all the scores and look at if you weight this stakeholder importance a little bit more, this is how it changes the cost benefit of this alternative. And it is a quantitative but transparent tool for communicating information. And it is documented in a paper, and I could probably get the tool if somebody wanted it. The second part of the sustainability, actually the third, because we did the green footprint too, is the economic analysis. And I recall there are 2 economic analyses that have been done historically. I think one might have been from the Multnomah. But they did a tier 2 analysis, which was a static look in time of one side of the coin. One side looked at just the jobs that are created. You infuse this much money into the community, you're going to create this many jobs. But the other economic analysis had the opposite result. Well, how could that be? Because they looked at the expenditures, the financing of the remedy and its impact on the community. So what we did is we hired David Harrison, a PhD, Harvard Law professor, economic guru with Neera and Associates out of Boston. And I think he was actually economic advisor for, I think it was the Carter administration. Very, very credible, high-end, sophisticated economists. And they ran state-of-the-art, what they call a REMI model. It's a regional economic impact model. They ran it for 31 years, and then they integrated both sides of that coin. The expenditures that are going to be absorbed and into the community, and then the financing of it. And they assumed 1/3 finance from local businesses, 1/3 finance from local government, and the third is multinationals. And that tended up to be the biggest factor. But what he found is that the net economic impact was that there was going to be a job loss, because the short-term influx of jobs into the community wouldn't outweigh the long-term financing, because you have to make a decision. If you're a government, you either raise taxes or you have to cut spending somewhere. So this whole analysis is also available. I can give Holly the link if you're interested in seeing this economic output. But it's a regional economic model. It had 50 different job sectors, different financing, and also included multiplier effects. So if you're not, you might not be the dredge contractor that's getting hired, but you're the restaurant down the road where all the dredgers go to get lunch while they're working. So it was a very complex, high-end model. And Dr. Harrison's recommendation is that for these big $1 billion+ remedies, we should be doing more quantitative economic analysis to really understand the investment. Maybe we'll decide to do the investment, but at least that way it's a transparent balance of decisions that we're making. Does that make sense? Because you talked about jobs and. Yeah. Okay. And then the third project I was involved in was rebaselining the river. You know, it was the second, and this was 2018, the reports came out, and it's the biggest site-wide collection of samples since the RI in 2004. We collected over, and this was all in collaboration. We developed a scope with EPA. It had 100% oversight. You know, the EPA has accepted this data, and it was over 700 surface samples, over 100 smallmouth bass fish tissue samples, 59 upstream samples in the downtown reach and the upriver reach, all the way up to Monoma Falls. We collected sediment traps, 3 seasons at 4 locations upriver, just 7 surface water transects over 3 seasons and 12 samples. We did a 2018 site-wide bathymetry survey with 98% coverage. I mean, we went in there in single beam and got the skidoos and the jet skis behind piers and pilings, because we knew this data was going to be needed for remedial design. And then we also did a pore water study upstream in collaboration with EPA to develop pore water background concentrations for arsenic and manganese, recognizing that those cleanup levels were likely unachievable for the site. So there's 9 locations deployed for 1 month in anoxic conditions, and the site locations were developed with EPA. This is a really, really good data set. So if you haven't seen it, a lot of this data is available on the Portland Harbor Superfund site portal. And then one last study that we did I want to tell you about, you might have heard at Battelle last year, is we radio tagged about 40 fish and tracked where they went for a whole year. And I know there had been some studies earlier that have done this, but this was a whole year, and we found kind of a bimodal distribution of the data. So the big fish basically jetted out of the site within like the first week, and they went upstream and hung out upstream. But the smaller fish, you know, the 1 year were tended to stay in much smaller areas. And we worked with the local fishermen to figure out where the fish like to hang out. That's how we got the radio tag. So how do we use this data? And that gets to kind of part 3, is how are we doing at Portland Harbor with the data and integrating it? And I think one of them is adaptive management. You know, we should be using these studies. Oh, shoot, I forgot to tell you the results. You probably want to know the results too. So I want to make the point for the PCBs in the river from compared to 2018 to the next largest data set, 2004, we had over 50% reduction in the site-wide swag. in depositional areas, acknowledging that erosional and net neutral areas weren't recovering. You know, those are areas that are going to need to be remediated. And I think the reduction in the SWAC probably is largely attributed to all the wonderful source control effort that DEQ and the parties have been doing over the last 10, 20 years. The fish tissue, PCBs, also had over 50%, or no, I had threefold reduction in the concentrations since 2002, which was their last biggest study. Other contaminants also decreased significantly in the fish tissue for all the other COCs. And in fact, I want to say the depositional sediment, the PCB concentrations, the average concentration in the site was pretty similar to the background concentrations that we saw upstream. Recognizing the upstream, the 59 samples were targeting depositional areas unintentionally because that represents the mobile fraction that could be resuspended and moved downstream and recontaminate the site. So that's a little bit on the data results. So how's my time? Okay, we're good?
We're good.
All right, so moving to RD and areas of improvement and what's working, what's not working one is, and this was discussed in the RA meeting, we do, I think, need to embrace more adaptive management. You know, recognizing these good studies that they've already done that shows natural recovery is happening in the area, but also acknowledges other areas aren't. And how do we incorporate this new data earlier in the design process? You know, maybe it's not a ROD ESD or ROD amendment, but it's an adaptation of the design. I should also caveat, similar to what Hunter did, is that I am speaking just for myself, based on my own experience, and I'm not representing any of my current clients or past clients that I've done work for in Portland Harbor. So it's important for me to acknowledge that too. The other is I do think we need to establish realistic risk reduction goals and metrics. And that was one of the action items, is identify those metrics for success. And many of our cleanup levels are driven by background concentrations. And it's a challenge. You know, how do we define what background is? Is background a static number? Is it changing over time? And I'm just so delighted that EPA and DEQ are looking at upstream background concentrations, especially for the dioxin furans, because those cleanup levels are so low. And what we're seeing is that we're seeing it everywhere. There isn't a particular point source for dioxins. I mean, there are a couple areas of the site, I will acknowledge that, but for many of the other areas, it's just ambient concentrations. Third, you know, as far as how are we doing, the RD process, there are still technical things we need to be working out. And maybe we should be having a work group or collaborative meeting to work through some of those issues that are affecting site-wide. And that's the dioxin furan exceedances. It's data replacement rules. It's how are we dealing with riprap slopes, erosion control. You know, what does that mean for source control? Chemical stability. You know, if contamination is buried and it's not expressed at the surface, what does that mean? You know, if the RALs are applying just to surface, how do you show physical and chemical stability? And the long-term monitoring and determination of success. Just a few. There are many issues to still work out. I am delighted to be part of the RA work group, the Remedial Action, and appreciate that EPA has started that conversation as well. Embracing things that we need to address site-wide and what to prioritize. What do we need to start thinking about now? Transloading facility and permitting and monitoring. And I appreciate one quote that someone said. We kind of did a round table of what people want to get out of it. And someone said, you know, we're more powerful together. We can make things happen and find creative solutions when we're all working together. And that struck home for me. So, but that brings me to the final point is we do have to develop trust. There's got to be trust between the PRPs, between the agencies, between the stakeholders, that we all want to do the right thing. You know, that we want to believe in good science and rely on good science. And we want the river to improve. It's important. But we want to have good value for the money being spent for that improvement. That's it. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you very much, Ann. And we're going to go to a little back and forth between the panelists. And I always feel like I need to go to the folks that are on the screen because they get neglected because they're not in the room. So I'm going to talk to them first. But a couple of comments on what people have said from me. You know, when we developed the record of decision on this, we did a lot of consultation with the community. We did a lot of back and forth with the state of Oregon. We did a lot of consultation with the tribes. Difficult conversations. You know, if you go and meet with a tribal council and the tribal council says, you know, when we gave this land over to the United States and we gave it over in pristine condition, we reserved rights. We reserved rights to clean water. We had treaty rights that gave us rights to harvest the fish. And we don't want fish that are contaminated. We want fish that are safe to eat in those treaty rights. Those are difficult conversations with people. And you know, while the science drives ultimately a remedy decision, there's also an art form to it as well. And that is, how do you listen? How do you collaborate? How do you work together with people? How do you use the data? What we did ultimately in terms of the record of decision was we did try and listen to a lot of that input. We had a draft ROD that we changed in the final ROD significantly, and there were some people that were not happy about that, but the state of Oregon concurred in that, and we got community support and tribal support for that modified record of decision. So what we wanted was for it to be driving action rather than conflict. And always in Superfund sites, there's conflict. But what we wanted was to create an opportunity for people to actually get to remedial design, get to action in the river, and move this forward rather than have another 10 years of we need more data, we need to ruminate more about this, we need to just be stuck. So with that, one of the things we did in the remedy was we tried to listen to some of that input, not only from communities, but from some of the workshops and other work that had been done critical of Superfund in the past. So we tried to develop a decision tree that didn't decide what the remedy for specific portions of the river was, but it had a decision tree that was data-driven. And as you did more data, as you gathered data and you did remedial design, then that would drive whether it was natural recovery, monitor natural recovery, whether it was dredging, whether it was capping, enhanced capping, all of those sort of things. So I want to hear from people a little bit about, has that worked? What are some of the struggles with actually making a remedy adaptable? But that's my question. But I'm going to go first to Hunter, and too bad Hunter's baby isn't there. Maybe we could have a question from the baby, but Hunter, you get to be on first.
Thank you. She's being a little fussy right now, but I think definitely that what we've learned is that we have to use site-specific decision making a lot throughout the site. And I'll reflect back on the remedial design guide that I mentioned earlier. And we've tried to kind of lay out a roadmap of where there is some flexibility, and we use that flexibility to make site-specific decisions, knowing that all these project areas have unique characteristics. You've got areas that are primarily within slips, you've got areas that are primarily erosive, and then you've got areas that are in the navigation channel. And all of that requires different decision making. And while you mentioned the kind of the ROD has a sort of flow chart in it on how to make decisions, when we get into the weeds on sites, it gets even more complicated. And so we have to use sound science to make our to make decisions at the site. And so I really think site specific flexibility is how we adapt to that.
Sarah, I'm going to ask you to maybe think about asking some questions or give some reflections on what other panelists said.
Oh, well, I was just going to follow up on what what Hunter said because he probably can't say it on behalf of EPA, but I will say that we've seen a lot of flexibility and we've seen a lot of site-specific decision-making. And I think that was an early concern of ours, recognizing sediment sites are complex and you need to look at the CSM and you need to look at the site conditions to make decisions. And you know, it shouldn't be a cookie cutter, you know, flow chart, one size fits all approach. But that's not how it's playing out. You know, we're actually seeing a lot of really good, thoughtful decision making, taking into account, you know, the concerns of parties and the issues at their site, because each one is unique. They're all wrestling with it. And so, you know, I've been pretty happy with that. And as you kind of said, it's become pretty collaborative too. We're working through these issues because, you know, we have to integrate the source control work with the in-water in order for it to all, you know, be successful. It needs to work together. So I think that's really great. And I feel like a lot of those design issues that, you know, Anne raised are good issues, and a lot of them are being worked on too. So I just want to say, you know, the remedial design guidelines, we're looking at buried contamination, and there are tables on how to evaluate success in the long term using the REOs and spatial scales and temporal considerations. And there's a lot of thought that has gone into it in terms of, you know, how do we get through design? I'm feeling pretty good about that. I think it's that next phase that I'm really focused on now is, you know, you have all these parties, you've got everyone working away on their designs. No one wants their designs to go stale, but we still have to figure out like site-wide issues. Like, are we going to have a transload facility or not? You know, are we going to have a long-term monitoring program implemented by one group or one party? And how do we make sure that that is something that is lasting? You know, because a number of parties are probably want to just get in, take care of their project area and be done. But things like long-term monitoring have to happen for a long time. And that's something that DEQ has been really pushing on, is the need to start thinking through, you know, how do we make sure that this remedy is protective and collects the data that we need to demonstrate that, and then ultimately update the fish advisories, right? I mean, that right now is the #1 way that we are protecting the community is through a fish advisory. And it will be that way for a long time. So we need to make sure that that continues to be a priority, you know, to protect Oregonians and users of the river. So those are some of the things we're thinking about.
Great. All right, I'm going to turn to the panelists over here. Jim?
Yeah, I thought there was great answers from both Hunter and Sarah, because I go back to the record of decision and the governor's concurrence letter. And I'll paraphrase it, but she basically said, you know, we're concurring with this remedy, but we recognize that there are very complex technical issues, governance issues, resolving the allocation amongst all the PRPs, so the legal issues. And she stated in that letter, therefore, we need EPA to really think outside the box and be flexible with us. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she, you know, she stressed the flexibility that was going to be needed to get this moving forward. And I think you've heard from both Hunter and Sarah that that's working. The governor's also a firm believer in, you know, relying on good, sound science. So when we look at things like the upstream sampling to evaluate the docks and background numbers, you know, that's using good, sound science to address a technical issue. I think also on the community outreach effort, often the community feels that they're not being listened to or that their voices are not being heard. But I've been so impressed by the Oregon team with DEQ, OHA, Oregon Health Authority, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, but also on the PRP side, because the state recognizes we are also a PRP. We have liability here through Department of Transportation and the Department of State Lands. And all of them, and including our partners, have really listened to the community. And when you look back at the record of decision, you know, the proposed plan came out over 6 months earlier, and the final cleanup call by EPA was far more aggressive. And that was driven mainly by the enormous amount of comments received from the public. You know, it wasn't the PRP saying, please, please increase the remedy at more cost. No, it was the public saying, we want more active work done on this site to to achieve those cleanup goals. And so, you know, I think flexibility is being employed. Good sound science is being employed. I'm very happy with this. I'm pleased to say that, you know, we're on the cusp of getting all of this design work done. I think Sarah hit on a very good point. Once this design work is done, we're going to have to hammer out, keeping some flexibility in mind, the sequencing of the cleanups, whether or not we need a transload facility, whether or not we need a more regional disposal facility. There's a lot of elements that still need to come into play to smoothly transition from this design phase into that cleanup phase. And I think the remedial action team that the feds have pulled together is going to help us get there.
So, Jim, do you have any thoughts on incentives or ways to pull things together for the Cathedral Park or for, you know, the next phases going forward?
Sure. Yeah, definitely have a couple thoughts on that. One, the governor's a firm believer in the polluter pays principle, and that those responsible parties need to step forward and not only step forward and pay for the work, but do it in a timely manner. So we are very pleased that Representative Blumenauer has recently got some legislation passed that puts a little more pressure on the federal PRPs, mainly Department of Defense, to step up at Superfund sites across the country and live up to their responsibility to both pay for those cleanups, but do it in a timely manner and report progress on it. That brings me full circle to Cathedral Park. There is a federal connection, we believe, at Cathedral Park with some liability. So the state of Oregon, we have long stated that for Cathedral Park, we're willing to sit at the table with other PRPs and hammer out an agreement to get that work going. But we need to see the federal government and some other key PRPs at that table as well. We have offered funding equivalent to our that funding agreement or proposal we made a couple years ago. So at Cathedral Park, we've got $540,000 set aside to help with that remedial design work. We just need to see the federal PRPs and others step forward as well.
Great. Jessica, your thoughts? Or questions for other panelists? You can do either.
Oh gosh. Well, I'll comment on the site, on the rod flexibility, because that was a really important issue for the port during the record of decision and the proposed plan. I've heard Portland Harbor described as really, in the 10-mile stretch that it is, really a sort of a conglomeration of 12 or 13 independent Superfund sites. And there's not one single point source, there's multiple contaminants of concern, there's some commonalities, but there's also some differences. There's a lot of different site uses, all of which can coexist, some of which change over time. And so for us, having site-specific adaptability or flexibility in the record of decision is really important. I can say, like at Terminal 4, the port's marine terminal that I talked about that has that super busy marine slip, one of the things that we're concerned about, and the EPA has been working with us on, is how do we better integrate cleanup over time when we have 300 vessels coming in, or 300 days of berth occupation for vessels, and we have a 4-month work window. And so we don't have yet a solution, but we are working with a project manager, Josie, at Terminal 4, and my team is working with them to figure out how do we make sure that we are not unduly interrupting commerce and business at our Terminal 4 so that we can continue to support our tenant there. So we've been, I would say the devil's in the details, and we haven't yet seen all of the site flexibility or the rod flexibility come to fruition, but we're optimistic and certainly appreciate the good working partnership that we have with the regulatory agencies. It's been a shift. Having a record of decision means that we can all start rowing in the same direction and being on the same team and start moving towards that ultimate metric, which is cleanup. At least that's the port's metric, is getting the site cleaned up, moving on, and moving to what we actually do, which is not. We're not, just as I said, we're not a public health agency. We're also not an environmental cleanup agency. So we're looking forward to the day in which we can, pass this one on and move forward with some of the stuff that we are really good at.
So Jessica, I know we've got a pretty sophisticated audience here, but fish windows and the work window, could you explain that a little bit? And that's a little different in the Pacific Northwest than anywhere else because in the rest of the country they don't have salmon.
Sure, that's a great question. So Patty Dost actually talked about this in her presentation earlier this morning, but it's a great reminder. So the fish window is basically the window in which you can do in-water work. It's from July 1st to October 31st, and it basically is designed to protect the juvenile salmonids that are migrating, that are protected species that are migrating through the river during that time. And so obviously we want to make sure that our actions that are being done in water, whether they're dredging or capping, and other types of activities are not harmful to the fish that are coming through because those are a protected species. And even more so than a protected species, there is species that Portlanders and Oregonians and Pacific Northwesterners hold dear, and it's obviously a species that is of critical importance to the tribal governments as well.
Thanks. Okay, Ann, we've got 10 minutes left, and I'll bet you've got more than 10 minutes worth of content.
Which one do I want to talk about? Management, but I just wanted to talk about the fish window. So I worked on the Terminal 117 cleanup, and it was one of the early action areas in the Duwamish. And when we talk about collaborative discussion, we had almost weekly meetings with the tribe, or bi-weekly. We're like, hey, because they know when the fish are coming, the salmon are coming in. We're like, okay, we know you want to finish on October 15th. How is it looking? Are they going to come in on time, or do you think we could get another week? Or they come earlier? They go, well, the full moon's this, and the tides aren't right. You got 2 more weeks. So it was a very dynamic, real-time discussion and adaptive management, our work window based on tribe input, almost real time. That was one example.
I would just love to just chime in on that. I think that traditional ecological knowledge is something that we as scientists and practitioners and lawyers and policymakers could do a better job at, frankly. And what Ann is talking about right there is a good example of how this traditional ecological knowledge comes into play for a real practical, pragmatic solution. So I would love to see more of that coming into Portland Harbor.
Great thought.
Hey, Guy, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So when we talk about, it was a good example earlier that our program only does cleanup. But, if we're really embracing stakeholder values, they want revitalization and reuse of the river. And some of it might be businesses, some of it might be touch points and for recreational users. Is there a way you think in maybe with the state funding or something to incentivize someone to go beyond just the cleanup? To take that little more effort and improve public access or fishing spots or planting?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we're getting Business Oregon involved and some of the other state agencies. So we could look at this effort and look outside the bubble of just physical cleanup effort. As Kevin mentioned earlier, you got the regulatory agencies who are looking at cleanup design, and their focus is cleanup. But as I mentioned, Portland Harbor represents a tremendous economic development growth opportunity and job growth opportunity for the region. And so we want to have conversations going on where we're talking with the various property owners, whether they're public or private, to say, here's what you need to do for the cleanup, but are there opportunities to overlay development opportunities with that? I think we're also engaged in conversations with the Port of Portland and others about the federal nav channel, because that goes right down the center of the site through the deep water portion of the river, and we want to make sure that we have a process lined out where those sediments can be dredged in a timely but also very cost-effective manner, so we can keep the ships coming into harbor. So there are a lot of conversations going on. In terms of incentivizing, I think within the state programs like Business Oregon, Department of Ag, and some others, there are opportunities for private enterprises to apply for grants for economic development at their sites. There are opportunities for those parties to tap into workforce development programs. So we are all ears, and we're not just ears listening, but we're actually actively getting out there and talking to these folks to see if we can weave that in.
Great. So we've got just about 6 minutes left. I'm going to go back to Hunter and Sarah, but first I want to say, Holly, do you have any burning questions that you'd like to ask any of the panelists? Because you've been doing these conferences for a number of years, and maybe I'll go a little more outside the box and ask Kevin Perret if he's got any burning question that he'd like to ask the panelists, because he's had so much engagement in this site over the years. Holly?
I've got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this where you expected things to be in 2022? I mean, I know we had the pandemic that threw us a curveball, but you've seen the work of all of these really amazing professionals. Is this where you want it to be? Richard Whitman talked earlier about how it's so slow, but what do you think? What is your hit on it?
So, I mentioned at the very beginning that, Superfund is what we've got, but it's painfully slow. And, what we were trying to do in getting a rod out was accelerate that and, get as close to in the water work as you could, recognizing that there's remedial design and more data gathering and site-specific work that needs to be done and so on. So I'm pleased to hear the level of progress and collaboration, but I'm impatient. I'd love to see in the water work going on, more in the water work going on. And of course, early action is, always an opportunity as well. And we've talked a little bit about how early action, fits into this as well. But I'm pretty pleased with the level of work that's going on. And given that there's been a pandemic in the middle of that, it's pretty remarkable that, people are making the progress that they are, because that's pretty tough to do. But I did want to give Kevin the opportunity too. Is there any burning question, Kevin, that you'd really like to ask?
Find the right distance here. So there's certain things I can reiterate. The importance of remedial design beyond the PDI happening at Kings Park. That's a big one for the state. Richard alluded to it, but I think that's on his mind as well. We need to make sure that Cathedral Park isn't dragged behind. And then I guess the question is, this is another question that you're not going to want to answer, which is how do you get the allocation and remedial design to kind of land at the same point so that the designs don't go stale? Because these things do have a design life, and you don't really know what it is. It could be as short as one big flood, and if it scrambles the river bottom, the sediment bed, then you really want to be implementing a multi-million-dollar remedy when you really don't know if those surface sediments are still contaminated or the contaminant footprint is the same. So that's the question. Remedial design schedule and allocation schedule come together.
So Hunter and Sarah, were you able to hear that? That it was a bit of the how do you make sure that the remedial design and the allocation process land together so that your remedial design work is not stale by the time you actually have an allocation. And I will say, allocation is this sort of secret process that goes on amongst the PRPs, and EPA is not involved, and the PRPs, are off meeting on this, but it is one of the things that can slow things down, and it's where there is potential for litigation and potential for conflict. So to the extent there can be some incentives for people to buy others out, buy others' liability out, or figure out ways to move that forward so that the allocation does not delay progress in the river is one of the challenges. But thoughts from folks about that? We have 2 minutes.
And I got to say up front, one of the caveats, similar to the other caveats, I don't I work for the state of Oregon at the governor's office, but I don't represent the state in the allocation process. So I'm not in those closed door rooms, representing the state. But so I'll just talk in very general terms. Number one, EPA holds a gigantic hammer, and that's called a unilateral order. So if progress is not being made on the allocation front, I would think that EPA may want to start flexing their muscle with that hammer, that they could hit any one or a few PRPs to take on the cleanup and deal with the allocation later. I don't think any PRP wants to be in that position. So there's an incentive placed on the PRPs to resolve that allocation process in a prudent and timely manner. There's also, I would think, that the concern of all PRPs that this is an extremely dynamic river. I mean, under high flow during any winter, it's not unusual to hit 100,000 cubic feet per second. You know, you hold out your thumb and count one Mississippi, and 1 million gallons of water have just flown by. If we have another 1996 flood event, you're talking 4 times that energy. So there is a concern that if you don't get these designs done and get that cleanup implemented in a timely manner, you could end up with a physical event, a natural event that changes the riverbed conditions. And boy, you're starting to sample over again. Nobody wants to be in that position either. So both from a legal standpoint, EPA's unilateral order hammer, and a concern over what nature may do, I would think the PRPs have strong incentives to wrap it up prior to remedial action.
Okay, the quick 10-second comment from Ann or Jessica.
From working with PRP groups, there's a sweet spot in size. You know, maybe four parties is like the limit of what you can really be efficient with. Once you get up 7 or 8 parties, or not even 20 parties, it becomes so inefficient. So I think keeping the group smaller, and they might have to be smaller size remedial actions in smaller areas to keep that group small, and where you might be able to settle faster. I'm not going to get to the allocation side, but at least from implementability, working with PRP groups, 4 is the sweet spot.
Jessica, 10 seconds, and then I'm going to give 10 seconds to Hunter and the baby and 10 seconds to Sarah.
Someone recently told me that doing a Superfund cleanup is like running a 3-legged race with 100 of your friends. And so, but I will say, so to Ann's point, I think absolutely. And I will also say that we need both. We need a successful allocation and we need a successful remedial action strategy, and they need to come together at the right time and find that sweet spot. My advice would be both for PRPs, of which we are one, and for the regulatory agencies to really start listening to one another around when that timing is the right timing, because we all need both in order for a cleanup to be timely and successful.
All right. It doesn't have to be on that topic of allocation, because I know that's a tough one, but is there anything that either Sarah or Hunter you'd like to add in your last 10 seconds?
You know, I'll just mention, you know, we don't exactly have a seat at the table for allocation, EPA, that is. But as Jim mentioned, we do have tools available to ensure that the site progresses. So I'll just reiterate that.
Sarah?
Yeah, I'm out of the allocation world blissfully. But you know, what I keep hearing time and time again is like concerns about uncertainty, schedule, when things are going to be done. And so I don't have solutions, but I like a lot of the creative ideas that I've been hearing floating around about how maybe some important issues can get carved off in advance, you know, of a larger consent decree, so that we can start getting certainty and start getting some of the critical path items, you know, addressed. And that's going to take a lot of flexible thinking, creativity, leadership, people stepping forward. And, you know, that's a hard, tall order, but I like that people are thinking about that now. And so I'm just excited to see how that all plays out as we kind of continue those discussions in earnest through that RA work group.
All right, thank you. I'm going to give Holly the last word, but thank our panel, please.
Oh, thank you all. It seems like we need a little bit more discussion about allocation. I think that is going to be on an agenda coming up. So a couple of things I wanted to follow up. We are going to assemble Superfund resources and links to the documents and other things that have been mentioned here today. In addition to a recording of the conference, we'll send those to you next week. And then I want to say that this is very exciting to, you know, dip our toe into the in-person event, and I want to thank all of you for being here and all of you who are participating remotely. This is an exciting time. We're going to figure this out. We're going to make all of this work, and I wanted to do a big thanks to Rose City Sound and Eric. I think excellent job running the conference today. Thank you. And then also to our conference coordinator, Ben Criswell, who I think has just been so great to work with. And then, kind of a final big thank you to Philip and Dennis. And this conference is really because of your great thinking and leadership. And so I appreciate that. And so I wanted to invite all of you that are here to grab a beverage and check out the beautiful art that's around here. And so thank you all. I hope to see you again soon.